Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we are back to another live stream of Hearthstone. So, we've got 340 daily quests to do and that's pretty much it. Let's see, Priest class cards and Rogue class cards, and then get rid of this one and Hunter and Mage. So nothing's gonna match. Tavern Brawl will be back in one day. I suppose then what we should do is, let's see, just play Hunter. Hunter won't work for that reason, so yeah, let's just start with playing Hunter regularly. Playing Wild with the... yeah, sure, why not? Let's try the Death Rattle deck. A little out of sorts today. I'm gonna put it out right now. As a poll on the chat, and let's see if we can do this on one try, about doing post-game silent show. Because, in all honesty, it is not worth my time to stream silently and play if it's really just irritating all my audience, as it seems like it kind of is. So it would save my hard drive a lot of space if I just stopped completely, and I'm filling up my hard drive quite a lot right now, just having these silent gameplay be part of the footage that then has to be edited out, which makes more work for me. And it seems very much like people want to don't like the silent post show. This is also kind of a internal problem with my channel in general, and my voice is rough, I know, where and where like all my pre-recorded footage, which is much better footage frankly than even what I'm doing in Hearthstone. The irony here is, from my perspective at least, from the creator's opinion, my footage when I do a pre-recorded thing is really a lot better. A lot better than what I do on Hearthstone, because I have something to actually talk about. I'm actually focusing on the gameplay. I'm actually doing things. But those videos, I'm still trying to type it in too. The trade-off here is people want to interact with me, and they want me to talk when I can't talk or don't want to talk. They're demanding a lot from me, considering how this channel does not make any money. Let's be completely accurate on this. It is barely making 60 cents every rolling 7 days. So the thought that this is that there's some kind of incentive from in the few fans I do have, which I appreciate, but I have to balance that appreciation with reality. Like, I cannot and will not bend over backwards and break my back to make people happy at a huge expense, and I'm already kind of doing that. I have, because of doing the post show in particular, I have pretty much almost completely ruined my schedule. Like, November is dangerously close to becoming no content November, because I don't have anything recorded for November, and we're halfway through September now, and usually I would want to be 3 months in advance. I've already stopped doing the child time slot at 2 o'clock Central. I'm thinking about moving the 7 o'clock Central time slot into the 5 o'clock time slot and getting rid of another time slot, if I even do that. And so, with those, with that issue kind of looming, like, things probably need to go back to the way it was. Now, people do watch Hearthstone live way more. I just looked at all my videos for the past couple of weeks, and it's no views, no views, no views. What
to do?
Let's see if we can. This is not gonna work, almost certainly. And there is no third option here. The idea, after I've already said and determined that I'm out of things to say and I'm going silent, I'm going to very consistently stay that way. I made a mistake in a few previous examples of not doing that, but that is absolutely how it's going to be now for the silent post show. It's going to be silent from the end, and if people complain about it, even if I continue to do silent post shows, I'm just going to say, well, I can end the stream now, because I literally don't want to have the same argument over and over and over again. That's why I put rules on the chat, is I don't want to have to say the same thing over and over and over again to people and become a teacher or a kindergarten teacher and just repeat myself.
Time waits for no one. I can see.
Well, that was one victory. Yep, and that didn't quite work. So we'll try that again. This time with it. With the phrase new. I knew it wasn't going to work. I knew I didn't know the commands. We'll see how that works. We'll see also if Nightbot works, which it probably doesn't, because it turns out that the YouTube in the back end has put in like a captcha system. So I suspect none of those things are going to work for a while until YouTube fixes it. Well, whatever, that's the question, and sorry, my voice is rough this morning. Morning, yeah, right, it's 6:30 in the evening. Morning for me and no one else. That's the question that's open right now, is how do you want to... It saves me time if I just stop doing the Silent Pudge, so I'm leaning to that. I'm just thinking any number of people that I bring in by streaming live, by doing that incredibly low content, low effort content of the Silent Pudge show, which is what it was always supposed to be. There was never any delusions of it being good. Hey, Nightbot actually is working on the timers. Interesting. The point was for it to go longer, because when it goes longer it brought people in, and that is certainly true. That totally does work. People who missed the beginning of a live stream were getting called in the last stream while I was doing the Silent Pudge show, but I'm not sure they were really happy about it. People seem to refuse, and when I say people, I mean the very vocal minority. There was 50 views on last stream, and there was 4 people, or about 4 people on the chat. So if you're one of the persons that likes to watch me but doesn't chat, hop on the chat and let me know, because you're gonna, if you don't cast a vote on the chat in some way, just by responding in the chat, then you're gonna get, your opinion's not gonna be considered. I can't consider it if I don't know it. And so the other thought is I might just shut down the chat while doing Silent Pudge show and make it fully silent. It's only been verbally silent, but it could be radio silent too. It could be I just won't look at the chat. When I was doing the special videos for Knights of the Frozen Thrones, there was a lot of people complaining that I wasn't responding there. I put at the beginning I wasn't going to respond to the chat until the end, and at the end I did. So, but obviously this has been frustrating me in many different ways. It frustrates me because it's it frustrates me because the longer stream times are taking up more hard drive space. They're taking up more of my time editing. They're taking up more of my time recording them. I've nearly, in 3 different ways, I've added more time to Hearthstone, a game that I don't even like that much. Like, a game I'm not that successful at. We were supposed to be trying to get up in rank play, standard play, and we're halfway through the month and we haven't really done any of that. I've had, particularly lately, I've had to deal with the Knights of the Frozen Throne solo player Lich King expansion, which I'm almost completely done with that, and it's garbage. It's really, really awful defeating the Lich King because he's constantly cheating, and the only way to realistically beat him is to go online and look up a solution. And that's not good game design. That's old Nintendo, bad NES games where you had to look in the Nintendo Power to find out the solution. No way you'd ever figure it out otherwise. This shouldn't be the way you design a game in 2017. And so yeah, the Lich King sucks. Defeating him 7 times sucks. Having to look up solutions sucks. Having to, once you have the solutions, and maybe I have the cards that work. Mostly I do, but a few I don't. And then having to reset and reset and reset and reset until you have that perfect starting hand. It's just grinding. And I don't want the grind in Hearthstone. It's already grinding in Hearthstone. Let's see. The beasts betrayed me. Oh. Didn't even know what that was doing. Let's go ahead and kill this one. The other thing I could do, I suppose, as I'm just whining and complaining right now, is I could just abandon the European and Asian accounts as far as part of the stream. But then that means I would have to play them off screen some other day, and that just takes up more of my time somewhere else. The whole point here is to have the maximum amount of
let's start some trouble.
The maximum amount of footage and time and viewers. That's what YouTube wants. YouTube is pushing me in ways I wouldn't act normally. Like, in all actuality, I would just I would keep all of this a lot more under control. Interesting.
Well played.
Interesting move. Anyways, I guess that's enough complaining. Let's just move on with the news. There's not even a lot of news today. It's been 3 days again. And let's see. That's another thing that certainly has been an issue, is just sometimes there's no news, and I've stopped using my whiteboard system, so I'm not reading the news at all before. I'm seeing the initial announcement and opening a tab. I see the announcements on Twitter, I open a tab, and then I'm looking at the tabs right now, and that's kind of all I'm doing now. And I think that system works fine, but as we are not getting a lot of news, then these episodes should be a lot shorter. Hearthstone is the only thing I have that still has a lot of videos. Everything else is way further behind. That's kind of always been the case, and I've failed to find any way to improve on that. So Hearthstone is going to drop its restrictive arena synergy pick system. So nobody liked that, and it seems, as I'm reading here, the smaller pool of synergy cards based on the first few picks is completely going away, and it's just I guess here's the main thing to take away from this article, though, is they didn't tell you exactly when it's going to happen, so it won't be in the major upcoming balance patch. So it's either going to come before or after that. Probably after that. Which, frankly, that's a horrible way to do anything. Because... oh man, I could have just played this, couldn't I? Yeah, I'm wasting my time on this. The fact that they're not just doing it quickly just is going to let a small number of people who like the synergy pick system to grow to like it more, and maybe get new people to like the synergy system and then take it away. When people say, ironically here, I'm telling myself the solution to my own problem. But when people say they don't like something, you should say, fine, good, we'll stop doing it immediately. And then if people come back and say, hey, we like that, well then maybe you didn't wait for enough input in the first place. It's just one. Let's see, the Tokyo Game Show 2016 live stream schedule. 2016 is 2017. Are these people completely, like, man, have I not even made it to rank 19? Apparently I haven't even made it to rank 19. No, I did, so that's confusing. Alright, well, that was that. Now we just need to play priests and rogue cards. And that's... let's see, weapons, pirates. Combos. If I play combos, that'll be rogue cards. Let's see.
Valera versus Rexa.
Let the hunt begin.
Watch your...
Looking here at all the games from the 2016 lineup, and there's a lot of 3DS games, so that probably is 2016. Maybe this is just a link that they're gonna update. And they're not telling me what time zone the time is gonna be in, so that's not helpful. The irony here is I probably could live stream the TGS, but it wouldn't be translated and it would be content ID'd if it had anything that has anything to do with Nintendo, as we've learned, because Ubisoft's games, Mario X Raving Rabbids or whatever it's called, is a perfect example of that. Where they literally don't even care who owns the copyright; they'll still claim copyright, and which is ridiculous. And we'll get into a story in a second here, more about that. But I want to cover the other news. Let's see. And that's not really a news story. That's just a character thing. And that's not a news story either.
So many.
Man, there's
options.
literally nothing here.
You're looking at me.
Here we go.
I'll have to play 2 games like this, but I might as well take the victory too. Let's see. The director of Zero Time Dilemma is trying his hand at writing a real escape room. He made several games that were escape room things, so like that kind of makes sense.
You're not that shy. You're looking at me.
Here we go.
But yeah, that's not really a story. Somebody got a side job. Let's see. Apparently, maybe Warframe used that Raptor online game optimization and tracking service. According to this picture, let me see if I can. Let's see.
Here we go.
You're looking at me.
Throw your weapon at a minion, deals damage, and return it to your hand. I wouldn't want to do that right now. It seems like Raptor is kind of... Oh, apparently it was AMD's answer to the NVIDIA GeForce experience. Since then, AMD has moved on. I didn't realize it was part of AMD, so... Like, I've been out of the scene as far as AMD, certainly. Alright, so if I throw this weapon here, and then attack here, and then take this, and then do this.
Our town, scrub.
Yeah, beat it.
There we go. This is just an ad, hidden as an article. Rock, Paper, Shotgun and Eurogamer are the same company, and they like to do unethical things. The video game reporting industry really is garbage. I don't want to become somebody who's just this hugely jaded person that says they're all awful, but frankly they're all awful. It's gotten down to the point of just like when you say a politician is terrible, the truth of the matter is you kind of everybody knows.
Calm down, I'm a doctor. Get off.
Here we go.
Let's see, the Lost Child is headed to North America and Europe. That was a slight question. Do you know a day? PlayStation 4 and Vita digital only, and we don't know the date. I may have already talked about that. And that is it. That is all the news at all. There was a humble bundle with a lot of the Honey and Sakura games, and there's a lot more Sakura games, but they're not very good.
So many. Here we go.
Honey Pop is probably the only game in the entire collection though worth owning, so that's something to keep in mind.
This guy's toast.
Yeah. I don't know about all the Sakura games, but from what it looks like on the reviews, that's it. Okay, so then that leaves the elephant in the room, as we're getting win streaks without even trying. I swear, winning in this game is 90% luck. It's just, are you logged on at the right time? Are you running into the right players? So PewDiePie, ever a pain in everyone's backside, but very popular for the same reasons. Like Andrew Dice Clay is a good example of who PewDiePie is similar to. He is a comic that is trying to push the lines, trying to be offensive and funny at the same time. This is kind of what a lot of comics do. Doing clean comedy is hard, undoubtedly. And PewDiePie doesn't try to do that. People that have, I imagine, since I'm not one of them, let me just phrase it that way, fans of PewDiePie have gotten to know him, and at the very least they think they know him and what's in his heart and what he really believes and what he and they understand that sometimes he says things that he doesn't really mean. And this is inherently true with all comedians, and all comedians get in trouble for this, because there's always somebody that doesn't know him. And because that person doesn't know them, they take what he says for straight value.
Here we go.
You're not that sharp.
And so this was to go further. So this is the whole thing with PewDiePie and people watching posts and other people attacking him. And they're attacking him because he's an easy target to attack. Many would say, at least, they're attacking him to attack all of new media, all streamers, because people are going to YouTube and they're not going to the Washington Post. Which is to say that the Washington Post is kind of failing, and it kind of is.
Here we go.
At least a little bit. And newspapers have been failing. Newspapers have been dying, frankly, and print media has been dying for many, many years, if not a couple decades, because even TV has been threatening them. Everything's been threatening them. People don't want to buy a newspaper and read anymore. It's just not a normal way of running your life anymore. So yeah, that was the whole thing with PewDiePie and him making Nazi jokes or and all of that, and that has come and gone, but now there's something more that just continues. He continues to pile on himself and say and frankly, because he was attacked by the Washington Post, and because a lot of the people in the video game industry read and still follow the Washington Post as if it were scripture, it has changed a lot of the video game industry's opinion on PewDiePie, where they were kind of neutral, kind of liked him, although they wouldn't really mention him that much. Like, PewDiePie is the biggest YouTuber ever, and you would think that if he'd get a mention every couple of months or something. On the other hand, if you did mention him twice a week, you would just be accused of using his popularity to bump up your own channel's popularity, which is probably true and probably a smart move for a lot of the print media. But PewDiePie did do something wrong. I completely can forgive jokes, but
Here we go.
he let slur the N word, the N-I-G-G-E-R word, just to make sure everybody's on the same page in the middle of a PlayerUnknown's Battleground live stream. And he probably doesn't have a 7-second delay, or didn't think about taking off. The question should be asked is, in that live stream, did he edit that out? Did he bleep himself? Did he do anything to stop? He was clearly in the moment upset with another player, and this is pretty common talk when you live chat. It's the reason why Discord is probably never going to work. I mean, this is a great example why Discord's never going to work, because people could swear up and down that they're going to be on their best behavior, and still, in the heat of play, utter something that's inappropriate. Inappropriate for what YouTube wants to be, inappropriate for what YouTube probably should be. YouTube wants to be family friendly. We're not HBO here. That's not what YouTube is. We're not doing Game of Thrones with cussing and incest and violence and murder and blood. That's not what YouTube is. That's not what YouTube's going to allow itself to be. This is family friendly, advertiser friendly entertainment. So he let that slip, which a lot of gamers do, and it's a core problem. Remember, PewDiePie is, I don't believe, a native English speaker, so when he learned English, somebody taught him that English word. If he had said, I believe he's Swedish, so if he had said something in Swedish that was a racist utterance, I don't think people would have even known.
You're not that sharp.
So somebody taught him that word, and he allowed himself to learn how to use that word, and never taught himself away from that. Now, when I stream in particular, I try to be so super family friendly just for this reason, is so it's not within a mile even possible for me to say bad words. And there probably, in my thousands of hours of footage, there probably is an instance where I have said something bad. Probably. I imagine there's like 5 instances where I've said a bad word and shouldn't have.
Here we go.
And so that's an inherent thing in the video game industry and the world in general. Like, the word he spoke should have died 200 years ago, literally. After the United States Civil War, it should have died, but it's part of a bigger story of racial tension and lack of and lack of unity amongst people that's been going on even to this day. It's certainly a word that's still getting spoken in whispers amongst friends. Obviously, people still know what it means. People still hold it as a negative word. I would say that most people flippantly use it or use it to hurt an individual, whereas in the past it was more of a de facto phrase to hurt an entire race of people. There was actual intent and actual belief that an entire race was inferior and deserving of scorn. And I don't think there's any evidence really to say that most people use it in that way. But it is a bad word. Society has agreed it's a bad word. Society is based on agreement. If it's unacceptable by society, it's unacceptable by society. And this is definitely been agreed upon to be unacceptable. What can we really do about it in the gaming industry? Not a lot. Like, if you hear somebody else using bad language like that, you need to shut them down when playing a game. You say, hey, no bad language. I don't know if it's ethical to lie and say, I've got my 10-year-old cousin next to me. Don't use that bad language. But that is the assumption you should always have, is that if people can hear you talking, there might be a kid in the room. In fact, there is a recent game that censored itself for that exact same reason. They said that they got feedback from players that said some of the characters had ridiculously large cleavage, and the players were uncomfortable to play the game on the buses, on their phones, or in their houses next to their own children, because of just how provocatively dressed it was. And so they censored themselves in a moderately simplistic fashion of just, reducing bust size but from what is effectively a G cup to a D cup, raising the fabric line on the shirts so it's not a sharp cleavage showing shirt. And when you're in public, and you have to consider yourself when you're playing a game online that you're in public, you need to act accordingly in public. And if you were in the middle of a grocery store and you heard somebody shouting the N-word, or even saying it once, people would at the very least look at them funny, if not immediately start a fight. There's a bigger issue too, that the N-word gets used by people of African American descent in the United States, and that does not help at all to try to have differences and say that one people can use it and the other people can't. Anyone from 200 years ago, any slave who had been called that word their entire life, hearing their descendants use it flippantly, would almost assuredly be ashamed of them and yell at them. So that's half of the story. And that should be the only story that's getting reported here. However, the Campo Santo company, and particularly the guy in charge of Campo Santo, apparently, the creators of Firewatch, which is a game I was just talking about yesterday, decided to get in this conversation for no real reason, because they don't make PUBG. This isn't really a response from PlayerUnknown saying, I don't want to be associated, or I don't want people saying those words in my game. PUBG's creator could put a profanity filter, or at least try to put a profanity filter in the voice chat. Steam in general probably should try to do that too. I'm not telling anybody to do this, but there are probably a plethora of ways that PewDiePie could have been reported inside of Steam and gotten banned, or a temporary ban, or he certainly could have been reported on YouTube as not family friendly. There is a bigger argument that because of PewDiePie being unpredictable, that he's a major liability, and he's going to cause YouTube to censor itself even tighter. I think that's not a legitimate argument, honestly. Jim Sterling tried to made that argument. I don't think it's legitimate for the simple reason that YouTube is already 100% committed on fully censoring its website, and they didn't need PewDiePie as an excuse, and they were already doing it, and the only thing that's stopping them from being 100% censorship is the fact that they know they will lose all of their fans. You can't get rid of PewDiePie without losing his 50 million fans. PewDiePie is the one guy that could go make his own website and take most of YouTube's viewership with him. He's the biggest YouTuber for
Here we go.
not really a reason, but he's the biggest YouTuber, and because of that, you can't get rid of him. He's here to stay. But he certainly is. He needs help. He needs somebody holding his hand, somebody mothering him, somebody saying, "Don't say that. Don't do this. Let's discuss your strategy. Let's be a producer, a writer. Let's help you maintain your audience and avoid causing." Oh, what would the word be?
Here we go.
Avoid causing controversy. Big famous people, singers, writers, all of that. They have lots of agents. They put out good stories to make themselves look good. They squash bad stories to make themselves look good. And PewDiePie clearly needs an agent that's really good at that and keeping his profile good and squeaky clean. That, of course, if he's live streaming and he screws it up, that's the problem. He's a liability as much to himself as anybody else.
Here we go.
But getting away from that, the creator of Firewatch, Campo Santo, has claimed, haven't seen any actual evidence of them doing that. They've claimed they're going to file a Digital Millennium Copyright Act takedown notice to his video of him playing Firewatch and any future games Campo Santo makes, which is complete and total ridiculousness. First of all, there's a spot on their website that gives everyone explicit license to stream Firewatch. So they cannot claim for a second that somebody is violating their copyright. Second of all, even if they hadn't given explicit license on their website, it's still fair use unless his playthrough of Firewatch is complete and total silence, where PewDiePie is not adding anything at all. And PewDiePie probably, if he spent some of his money on this, would be able to prove that even if he did just play in silence, which he doesn't, unless that was a very out of character stream for him, even if he was playing in silence, he probably has enough money to pay lawyers to win that case too, because you can make the argument that his specific playthrough, particularly in a game like Firewatch where you can do different things, are uniquely creative and different from the creation that anybody else has, because everybody's game playthrough might be potentially might be different enough. That's a harder argument to make, but it's still an argument to make. And it's not like PewDiePie just played Firewatch or anything. He played it when it came out, I imagine, months ago. And Firewatch has benefited from PewDiePie playing it because it brought new people to it. And that's what Campo Santo's argument is we've made money by letting this guy play our games, and we shouldn't do that anymore. We should cut him out. We should effectively deplatform him by making false DMCA claims. Which all this is 100% a false DMCA claim. Like, if it gets filed, PewDiePie should fight it in court. It would set a very nice precedent if, because Campo Santo is under a very wrong belief, but I'm sure plenty of lawyers are willing to take the case and say that they're right. They're under a very wrong belief that all Let's Play is infringement on copyright. It's not going to go down that way. It is literally not going to go down that way unless the lawsuits are... the people who file the lawsuits have way better lawyers than the people who don't file the lawsuits. If somebody sued me for DMCA and I took it to court, I probably couldn't afford enough lawyers to win that case, and I'd set a bad precedent. If somebody sues PewDiePie with his millions of dollars, he can afford the right lawyers, and he's going to win. And he's going to set the right precedent. Because all you have to do is, assuming it's a jury trial, otherwise, even if it's not, and it's just a judge, all you have to do is say, this is, Let's Plays are what your kids are watching now. Let's Plays are what your kids want to do as a job in the future. In a future where jobs are going to not be about automation or retail sales. It's going to be about being creative or not having a job at all. If you destroy the entire industry that is emerging in Let's Plays and make it so it's completely incapable of making money before it even happens, then you're literally hurting an entire generation. Alright, we got some people on the chat. I didn't have the chat open. So yeah, completely ridiculous response to threaten somebody with a DMCA when they're not violating your copyright, and you should know it. You literally should have just stayed out of it, Campo Santo. This looks bad for them, and it makes me not want to play Firewatch. And I kind of wanted to play Firewatch, and it's not like Firewatch is that much of a game anyways.
Reporting for duty.
But that's... I'd like to see this go to court. I'd like to see him actually try and pursue it, because this is more of an issue of them trying to literally white knight for somebody, some other class of people. I don't even think the person who threatened the DMCA is African American, so their offense of the use of the N-word is tangential at best. But their right response, if they wanted to do anything, would have been to say, I completely denounce this. This is a great opportunity to explain why the N-word shouldn't be used. It was not the right response to say, I'm going to violate the law and try to punish him and use YouTube's horrible DMCA system to try to get his videos taken off or demonetized, because I feel like there's some sort of association between our game and him just because he played our game. Inherently, their logic is ridiculously, stupidly flawed. they only need to think about it for a second. Clearly, there are people who use the N-word who play Firewatch. Probably thousands. There, if not tens of thousands of people who have used the N-word have played Firewatch. The only difference is one person got caught doing it on a live stream, whereas everybody else didn't. What a stupid story, and boy has there not been any noise. Let's go on to the chat. Sorry for not seeing the chat. We have Darian 1038. What's the best low budget, no budget deck for a warrior? I imagine it's beasts, but that's it's always kind of a random question because you just don't know what cards anybody has. So and I don't know how far you are. If you were to turn all of your cards into dust and then use that dust to make just the warrior cards I told you, you would be in a very specifically different place than anyone else, because however long you've been playing and how often and how much you've been winning determines how much gold, how many card packs, how much dust you have. And so the best you can do is just look at the commons. I would say for warrior, make a bunch of beasts. Try to get scavenging hyena. That's the only thing that really works with hunter. Try to get all the secret cards. There probably is the best basic card decks out there, and that's the phrase to type. Is it when asking this question is like, what's the basic cards? What's the cards that come that you unlock when you're getting up to level 10 on a hunter, and see what you can do from there. And probably the best basic deck is just the deck you start with. Let's see, James Anderson responded to Darian, mainly 10 shield cards, 10 spells, 10 minions, or a copy of a cancerous pirate. For warrior? Oh, yeah. Oh, I was talking about hunter. Oh. Well, for warrior, 10 shields, 10 spells, 10 minions. Yeah. For warrior? It's kind of the same. You just type in best basic warrior deck. It's probably some weapons. It's some characters within range. James Anderson says, Rydo, if I add you, I'll be in the stream, question mark. Let's see. Somebody added me. Like, I think what you're meaning there is if you add me, will I play you? I will play you, sure. Right now, because daily quests don't really inhibit doing that. So, yeah. If I add you, I'll play. Darian says, thank you, James, on the chat. And then that was the last thing. So, yeah. If you want to play me, if anybody wants to play me, send a friend request to Rydo, RYDO, number 1423, and then friend requests. Now, we're not too far along from being done. Cool, thanks. That's me, the person you just added. I'll use my warrior. Okay, so let's see. Wild deck. Can't do tavern brawl. Let's try this. And the weirdness certainly is coming with the changes because they're messing with Murloc, and because they're gonna change Murlocs, I can't play that anymore. Let's try our Druid Helper deck. This is the one thing that has been very consistently liked by my fans is the idea of people getting to play with me. And I think inherently that I like it too, because there's a lot of people that come and go on Hearthstone. Like, they try it, they get bored, they leave. They don't have any friends that want to play them. In my own personal life, convincing other people to play Hearthstone has not succeeded. It doesn't really have the popularity of something like Pokemon Go, like Pokemon Go had it originally, but I think collectible card games are just a little complicated for people, and Hearthstone's not an amazingly fun game because you have to come from the mentality that you're going to only win half the time anyways. And is it's my Hearthstone deck tracker. I've stopped focusing on whether that actually records or not. So half the time it's on the screen, half the time it isn't. Seems like somebody's got some slow internet here.
Malfurion versus Garrosh.
Victory or death! I must protect
So,
the wild.
this will be a good example, I imagine, for Darian. That's the point here of what a warrior card would be. James Anderson says, yeah, I do, sorry. That is an issue. A lot of people have bad internet. And when people think they want to join my Discord and think that I'm going to let them talk and answer the phone, it's like, no. Like, between PewDiePie saying bad words and people having bad internet and it just messing it up, it's like, no, there's never going to be any voice chat. And this is pretty excruciating delay, though. It's pretty bad. That is also the beauty of playing single-player games and doing pre-recorded things, is you don't really have to wait for internet to catch up. You just have to wait for games to load. And on an SSD, you can mitigate that pretty well. Some old games load no matter really slow anyways, though. I was playing Alan Wake yesterday, and it was hitching up every now and then, and
Side effects?
taking a little time to load. And it's a 9-year-old game. It's ridiculous. Oh yeah. I guess I should double check and make sure I'm not uploading something right now. Yeah, that happens too. I forget that I was uploading things. Let's see. Nope. Nope, not uploading. Good. Good to know. That happens a lot.
Jade Serpent guide you.
So, the Hearthstone deck tracker is not working. Property. Okay. Which means I clicked the eyeball to turn it off. That's what happened. Let's see. Darren says, I think what sucks while playing people when you're streaming is that they can see your deck. I don't care about that. Like, when I'm playing people, I either ask them to let me win because I have a daily quest, or I let them win. Like, I'm playing the Druid Helper deck right now, and it's designed specifically to help people win. That's why I played Lord Walker Cho and played the coin, because now he should have a coin. If he plays a coin, it would give it back to me. That way we can just continuously go back and forth. If this dies on your opponent's turn, it gives you 8 armor.
Job's done.
Or 6 armor. James Anderson responds to that though and says, I have letter chat blocking his deck. Whatever. James, are you in need of any help doing any of the daily quests? Because that's usually what I try to do here. I often forget, but I want to help people do the daily quests because then people can get into ranked play or arena play, which is the more important thing. The Hearthstone asks you to do 3 different things every 3 days. Do the daily quests, play ranked play, and play arena play if you want to. And sometimes do tavern brawls. So it's demanding a ton of your time.
Side effects? No.
Let's see.
Trust me.
This guy does 1 damage to everybody. And any spell card I play just goes back to him. Honestly, I'm mostly bemused with Warrior. He's probably one of the hardest characters to play because it's a lot about balancing health and yet doing damage and using weapons, which weapons have never been good, and just trying to be overpowering, but you can't. Not really in any class can you be super overpowered. Darian asks, what about a Warlock deck that uses the quest? I'd have to look at what the quest was. Is the quest play discard cards? I think you can actually do rather well.
Gadgets and Gazette always gets the scoop.
I think you can do a pretty good discard deck if you have discard cards. But if you don't, you can't succeed. Most of the quest cards didn't work greatly. The only one I'm really playing now is the Shaman Megafin with Murlocs, and since they're about to nerf Murlocs a little bit, I'm not even sure I'm going to play that anymore. Knights of the Frozen Throne expansion should have given us another set of quest cards. This is very consistent in Blizzard's development of the game, and it's a bad idea. They introduce something in an expansion, and then they don't expand on it on the next expansion. So, Journey to Unguru introduced quests. You would have thought there would have been a whole nother set of quests for Knights of the Frozen Empire. And that we would have eventually 3, 4, 5 different quests for every character. That way, on your first turn, you could play a quest card, but you wouldn't even be certain which of the quests the players played. One, draw a card. The thing here is you can also mill with the Druid Helper to the point where the opponent is too full, and then you can start destroying his cards if you want to do that. So then the Druid Helper deck can also be used, ironically, to not be that helpful. A lot of people play the Acolyte of Pain to make him to draw more cards, but you really can't mill an opponent down to fatigue victory. One of the things I wish they would change is that as soon as you run out of cards in Yu-Gi-Oh, you would game over immediately. Here you just take fatigue damage, and you'd have to take 7 fatigue damage starting at 30 health before somebody dies. Darian said, I will get the Karazhan DLC or whatever it's called, but it's so much gold just to even get it like that. The One Night in Karazhan DLC should be gotten. You should, at the very least, spend the 750 gold to buy that first wing. But you should get it at all by doing the daily quest and using the gold, because it's a guaranteed return on very good cards. One in particular that is good for new players is Prince Malchezaar, which you get at the end. Put Prince Malchezaar in every deck you have when you're new, because it gives you 5 random legendary cards that you wouldn't have any other ways. So you're effectively getting 5 times 1600 dust worth of cards just by playing Malchezaar. So that is a huge reason. Also, you're never going to be able to get Karazhan once it's gone. So it should be a 100% high priority to get it.
If you're sure.
Now, here he's played Emperor Thusium, a legendary that I think... What did he come out in? I don't think it was Karazhan. So, if you don't have Emperor Thusium, I don't know if you can get him easily.
A fight! Count me in!
Would the best be to save up for it or do arenas? It is best to save up for One Night in Karazhan and unlock that first. Then arenas are kind of not worth doing, other than the fact that they're pretty good if you're going to play a brand new account. Like, in a weird way, let's see. Destroy an opponent. Your minion draws 2 cards. Draw 2 cards.
My hand is full.
Deal 2 damage to a minion if it survives. Draw 2 cards. Draw a card.
Time waits for no one.
And let's... this and that.
My hand is full.
Let's see. Yeah, it's best to save up for Karazhan. And then arenas are good to play for new players because you get to learn new cards and you get to play. And even if you get 3 losses in a row, which you probably are going to get, you're still going to get something and a pack. So you pay 150 gold, which a pack is 100 gold to get into an arena. And you get a pack back and you may get a little bit of dust or you may get something. You really don't get your money back until you get about 7 wins on the arena out of a potential 12 wins. But that's not the reason to play arena if you're new. After you've kind of learned all the cards and played them and seen them all, then you're in a good position to stop playing arena. Right now is also a good time to not play arena because they've changed arena and it's a synergy picks, which won't really give you as best of options as possible. So yeah, once you can actually start playing ranked and get up to at least rank 20 or higher, then that's when you want to start playing ranked and not playing arena.
Hey, give me that.
Do that. Do that. Also, I can do a lot of jades. Let's see, James Anderson. Adrian, you get more stuff if you play arena. Pack dust gold. Pack you get 50 to 70 dust, so it's not worth it. Yeah. And then Darian said, I just wish there was a way to help me with arenas because I'm usually really bad at it. You're going to be really bad at it. Like, I'm terrible at arena rounds. The highest arena wins I've gotten, I think, is maybe 7 wins. And I got really, really lucky to get that. Because I got it on my Asian account that I just started about a month ago. But that's not the thing. Like, the times to play arena, in my opinion, are when you're a brand new player and you don't have cards and you want to see new cards. And when you are Kriperian, who has spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars on his account and has all the cards and can go do arena runs and it doesn't cost him anything. So, the times to play arena are when you're new and when you're a pro. In the middle, don't play arena, play ranked. Maybe if you're as high on ranked as you think you're ever going to get, maybe at that point you stop playing arena.
I'm almost out of cards.
See, James said, Darren, use the hero in arena which you have the best cards. I don't even think it works that way. Unless I'm wrong, arena has nothing to do with the cards you have. It just gives you random cards. And so pick any hero you want to play is my understanding of arena. I could be wrong, but to my understanding, you just get random cards because I know I've played cards that I don't own at all in arena. But yeah, arena's secondary. Get those solo expansions because those are going away and there's no way to purchase them at all right now, once they're gone. You can't get Blackrock Mountain if you're a new player. You can't get, let's see, we can look at it after this game. Which I don't know why I played Druid Shield actually. I should have been playing something else. Blackrock. I bought Blackrock and the Adventure one. Yeah. If you have all the ones you can get, that's the best you can do, and that's the right thing to do. Oops, should have killed this guy.
I'm out of cards.
So just now I'm starting to mill him, and he takes 1 more damage per turn, but he could easily win in the next turn. James Anderson said, I'm missing Nixramus. And that's That means there are specific cards he can't have short of using an incredible amount of dust to create them. You would have to spend thousands and thousands of dust to recreate the missing cards. Now, this is all boils down into standard and wild, and new players should be playing standard because there's no reason for them to play wild, and old players should be playing wild, and they don't. So everybody is playing standard, and everybody is suffering because of it, because new players then end up getting matched with old players that beat them down. That's why if you fall down to rank 20 and you if you're playing rank 20, it's a lot more difficult to get to from rank 20 to rank 19 than it is to get from rank 14 to 30. At least that's been my experience. Because there's these old pros that have come back to it. Why is he drawing so many cards? I don't know why he drew so many cards there. But, well enough. Let's see. Draw a card for each damaged character. Well, that was the Druid Helper. Let's see, let's come back here for a second. Solo adventure. So, Nyxramus, people can't buy anymore. Blackrock Mountain, people can't buy anymore. League of Explorers, people can't buy anymore. So there's 3 sets of cards. And Karazhan. And at the very least, if you unlock just the parlor, one would assume you could buy the rest later. But if you don't want to even risk that, I would say buy everything. Get the Prince of Malchezaar. That's one of the best cards you can get for it. And then the Frozen Throne you get for free. But I wouldn't be surprised if they get rid of solo adventures as an element completely. Eventually, it wouldn't surprise me, but it seems like it's still going to be there. So, just in comparison, Darren asks, do you think the best way to get dust is disenchanting gold cards? That's what I'm doing on this account. It's a losing trade, but they're all losing trades. But that is the best way to do it. Disenchant gold cards, just make all of your cards look normal. I wish they'd get rid of the gold card mentality. It's just a greedy thing that Blizzard does to try to get people to buy more packs. The only other way to get dust, on my European account, I took like 1 legendary and disenchanted it for 400 dust, and then I bought a ton of commons and made them for 40 dust, and just tried to have more variety, 1 of each card. But see, here we are in Nyxramus. Kel'Thuzad, still a very useful card, very useful even trying to beat the Lich King in some scenarios, if you can get that to work. Stalag and Fugan are very good cards, and these are just cards that new players can't have unless they're going to craft it all with dust, and that means the many legendaries are going to cost 16 dust. Goblins vs. Gnomes was a card pack expansion, but you can't purchase that without buying the packs with real money on Blizzard's website, so there's a ton of cards there that you can't play. Blackrock Mountain was Emperor Therusian, so that card would be gone. Major Domus Ezeculus, just to point out something for Blackrock Mountain. Grand Tournament was another card expansion, again not available for purchase. And then League of Explorers was another card expansion. And then Karazhan can still be gotten. So yeah, if you ever want to play Wild, buying what you can is helpful. Like all you can get now is Whisper of the Old Gods, Mean Streets of Gadget-san, Journey to Unguru, and Knights of the Frozen Throne, and classic cards. By default, there is a focus too. If you're going to buy card packs, get classic card packs, because those cards are going to last you a lot longer. And you can purchase Karazhan with real money, but I wouldn't recommend doing that. Just do the daily quest and get those done. James Anderson said, "Thanks, bro. Now I'm famous too." Gold cards does give a lot more dust, but do be careful because you may need it. I deleted Reno to craft Dark Knight Shaman. Typically what I do is if I have a gold card, I will disenchant it and make a regular version of it, and that costs the exact same amount of dust. So all I'm really doing is getting rid of the gold cards. Of course, if it's a basic card, you get a gold card for just playing and getting up in rank, and you can't really do anything about that. See, apparently I've made it up to rank 17 this month. I'm probably all I'm gonna accomplish. See, I needed to have played the priest there, and instead I played something different. Yeah, James Anderson says, "Thanks, bro. Now I'm famous. I'm gonna show off at my parents." I can tell you, if your parents are anything like most of the adult people that I have told I'm a live streamer to, they are going to roll their eyes and not care and not believe it's important at all. And that's just kind of a generation gap. Nobody's gonna respect YouTubers or live streamers as an actual career path, and no job is a real job unless you're physically exerting yourself or doing something that requires you to have gone to college and gotten some form of degree. It's well, in general, people are just going to dismiss you anyways. So I imagine they won't be interested. And in a similar way, I've gotten shout-outs from other YouTubers in a small way. I asked for somebody to mention my channel on another YouTube podcast that has a decent following, and while the hosts shouted out and they were interested and thought it was amazing that I had like so many videos, because my channel is really different than other YouTuber channels. I have over 5,000 videos. I'm pushing the limits of what YouTube can even handle. Like you can only have 5,000 videos in a playlist. So I'm near the end. Fortunately, they're working on rebuilding YouTube's backend so that it can handle more, but yeah, my channel isn't just every 3 days I live stream Hearthstone. Sadly, that's the only time anybody watches any of the videos. But every weekday, Monday through Friday, there's 5 videos covering other games, and the games rotate every month, beginning to end. Criticism, reviews, long plays of the games, and people don't see it. I imagine it's just because I don't have enough subscribers and I don't show up in search returns, or people aren't searching things. Ideally, my plan, my hope is that I'll have enough fans and not do anything to irritate my fans, which it is often difficult to pull that one off.
In the light's name.
So that people will subscribe to my channel. They'll see, oh, he's playing this game, let's see that. Oh, he's playing this game. Most of the games I do, most of the games I do are old games, and they're retrospectives more than anything. Like, I'm doing the first Life is Strange game, and Life is Strange Before the Storm is out now. And that's just because of budgeting things, and I really couldn't afford to buy all games brand new and then try to record them really quickly and then try to schedule the videos really quickly. So I'm never going to be the first to market there. Darren asked, how strong do you think Lyra is? Is Lyra the hero replacement for the priest? I'll have to look at Lyra just to see what it is. Obviously, it hasn't impressed too much on me so far because I don't even know who Lyra is. Most of the hero replacement cards I just didn't get. Sun Shard. I'll still have to look it up.
Ash to ash.
Yeah, I'll still have to look it up before I can really respond to it. I only got 1 or 2 hero replacement cards in Knights of the Frozen Throne. Much like the quest cards in the previous expansion that should have been free, everybody should have gotten it. It's the same. Can I do this and this? No. Like, each of the hero replacements should have unlocked just on your first purchase of a pack. That way, what you could have done is been given 9 extra cards. That's part of the problem when they add these new concepts, is that people can't play them without buying 400 deck packs to get a complete collection on an expansion, or try to get very close to it, which that's about how much it would cost. I opened 100 packs and it did a decent job, but I'm still missing a lot of cards that I'm just never gonna see. That is also a thing on my channel. It's like, people think I'm an expert at Hearthstone. I've just been playing it a long time. That's kind of it. Like, a lot of stuff I don't pay attention to. I don't know the cards by name. Things I should know sometimes just pass me by completely.
I will purify the fallen.
There's a lot of World of Warcraft stuff that's in all of this. Let's see, did I play enough cards? How did he steal the card from me? Must have put a spell on it before I saw. Let's see, let's look up Lyra Sunshard. And see, I still need to play more priest cards. It's stronger than a midget and a dwarf combined. Let's see. Let's see who Lyra is. You don't have this card. Check it out in crafting. There you go. Whenever you cast a spell, add a random priest spell to your hand. Oh yeah, sure. Journey to Unguru. If I had it, I would certainly consider playing this card, because the priest is going to play a lot of spells, and having more spells would be helpful at a 5-turn. And that's not even a Knights of the Frozen Throne. That's a Journey to Unguru card, and you will be surprised if all the cards I'm missing. So if we just type in missing, Like, if I can spell it right, that would be helpful. Missing. Like, just looking at all cards, there's tons of cards, tons of epics, tons of legendaries that I could either get one more of or don't have any of. And I've been playing for 2.5 years, and I feel like I should be a lot closer to a full collection. I have 695 dust right now, but I'm trying to save up for legendaries. That being said, like, why not get this list down? That is an interesting idea. Let's do it. Let's get this list down. Any commons that are missing things, I'm going to create with dust and use my dust up. So, anything with a white gem. How many Death Knight heroes? I only got about 2 or 3. We'll look in a second. Let's see. It'd be really weird if I had 2 white cards missing. But it's possible. There's so many epics. And I'm not gonna even get this list down too much. The things in blue are things I can craft. So, like, tons of epics on the priest side. That's probably why I don't play priest. Here you go. Create this one. That may be the only one I even have, because that was doable. And that knocks me down to 655 dust. Lots and lots of epics that I only have one of. And the only way you really fix this is to put money into this, and I'm not going to put money into this game. I would spend it on so many other things first before I bought packs. So many other games I'd rather just own outright instead of owning a piece of a game that could disappear or get nerfed. Here's one specifically that you need for several decks, and so having the Primordial Drake, having 2 of those would be very useful. And yet I don't have it. And just tons of other epics. And then you have to wonder, should I make something that I don't have, or should I make something that I need 2 of? Like beating the Lich King, in one of the Lich King fights, having 2 Molten Giants is very helpful, because you can play them on the first turn. But I only have 1, so I had to struggle on that. If we go to Frozen Throne and just look at the legendary cards, I can answer the question on how many Death Knight cards were collected. I think I have to be in the right place though. I got Malfurion the Pestilence. I don't think I got, here he is, Darth Stalker Rexar. I got Frost Lich Jaina, which is kind of useless because you're not going to play mage if you're an older player like me. Didn't get Uther the Ebon Blade. I would much prefer to have unlocked each one of these characters every time I beat the Lich King, instead of just getting Arthas's hero replacement face, instead of a hero replacement card. Like, didn't get Shadow Reaper Anduin. Go Elemental with the Mage. That's the right way to play, but it's not going to get you up in ranked play. And that's kind of the only thing that I need on ranked play. I didn't get Valerian the Hollow. Like, unless the meta changes a lot, didn't get Thrall Deer's Death Seeker. Unless the meta changes a lot, I don't think Mage is coming into the top 3. Blood Reaver Gul'dan we didn't get, so yeah, it was like 2, maybe 3. Yeah, I got Scourgeland Garrosh. So 3 out of 9 for buying 100 packs. So you could probably assume 250 would have been about the right amount. I feel like the new Anduin is good, and the legendary gives them 0 hero cost, 0 hero power cost. Let's see, Anduin. Destroy all minions with 5 or more attack, deal 2 damage, and play a card. Refresh this. Blood Reaver is my favorite one. And apparently there's a legendary out there that lets your hero cost be 0 that works with them. Which, let's see if we can find that. Hero would have to be a neutral, and it must be something. Blood Reaver is my favorite one. Let's see. Well, I couldn't find that card. Looking at cards like this is part of what should be fun in this game. And it's not terrible, but it's kind of Blood Razor. Blood Worm. Must be Blood Reaver somewhere. Blood Queen. Blood Reaver Gul'dan. Summons all friendly demons that died in a game. Hero power, lifesteal, deal 3 damage. Which is pretty good. Then you gotta play 0 cards for the hero power to reset. Oh, 0 mana cards. That's what he meant. Alright, well, that's enough looking at the cards. There is a problem with the collection, though. I will point out that now I've hit the point where there's so many cards, it needs better filtration. And you've got to really train yourself to use the filtration. Otherwise, you're going to end up just sitting here for a good minute or two, just clicking through things, looking for it, trying to get it all to the end. You can see with 8 characters per page, maybe you'd average it to 7 because some pages don't fully fill up. There's well over 100 pages. So I have well over 700 cards, excluding duplicates. There's 123 pages of cards that I have. And if you go into crafting mode and wild mode, it's even higher. It's 150 pages. Well, I have some other daily quests to do, so let's get into that. Probably should break up my recording since we're already an hour over, but whatever. We need more priest cards to be played. And if I was done with the Lich King, which I'm not quite done with the Lich King, I have to beat him with Hunter. That's all that's left. I would just make a deck full of cheap priest cards and play it. I've realized it's easiest just to have an empty slot of the 18 possible decks, and when you get a daily quest that just says play priest cards or rogue cards, make that deck and then play it and then delete it and then leave room for the next daily quest. Most of my decks, while they were this month designed to try to get me up to ranked, a lot of them still very much are just designed to get daily quests done. So there's you see in the names of them, I'll show it after this game, it says Battle Cry or Magic or Secret or 3 Attack Beasts, and that's what they're designed around, is play this if you have a daily quest, not play this because this is a high ranked meta deck that really is going to help you win. When people share or suggest decks to me, there's always some card missing. It really sucks. If there was some certainty to it, and you knew they weren't going to change or nerf things, and let's say Jade Druid was just going to be Jade Druid was going to be the best meta deck for a year even, I might consider disenchanting a bunch of legendaries that I knew I wasn't going to play and work towards just having that perfect meta, high meta Jade Druid build. But that would be a bad plan. You would lose a lot of dust in the trade there, and then they'll just get rid of Jade Druid. They're gonna nerf Jade Druid permanently eventually. James Anderson, Darren, you gotta play 0 card powers to get the hero powers. That I already read that, and he said, raise the Unchained. It's the card Darian is talking about. Yep. Yeah, I think I figured it out. Let's see. This, then this, and save everything else for later. Although I am just playing cards, so I should just play the cards quickly in case they figure out a way to defeat me. I'm glad to see the secret playlist is back in order and seems to be working. Let me double check on the chat and see if it's changing the stories. Or is it just Klaxon Fire Vortex over and over again? It is Klaxon Fire Vortex over and over again. Darn it. I didn't hit play. Let's see. Where are you, mouse? Skip to the next song. Are you playing? Yes. There we go. Darian says, Riz to change is the minion's name. Yep, okay. I'll look at it in a second. This.
You are the shadow's puppet.
This. This.
In the light.
This. This.
Job's done.
End the turn. Unless I think Darian is new and I think James Anderson is new. I've hit this point where, like, I don't think I can remember all the regulars. That was one of the things Nightbot as a moderator was supposed to be able to do, but it doesn't really do anything. It doesn't highlight the name, and YouTube chat itself doesn't highlight the name. So there's definitely some statistics here I would like to be able to see on somebody. It's like, how many times have they posted? How many different streams have they watched? I'd like to be able to appreciate my fans, the new and old, in more specific ways, if I can say that very diplomatically. Actually, I could have probably used that. What? Nope. Actually, that wouldn't have worked for me.
Do my bidding. In the light's name.
And in the turn. I feel like I probably lost all my regulars in the last stream. Or people just don't want to chat, or people just not here. And you know, this happens. Like, also this glitch happens. There was a guy named Loki the Cat that came on many times for a couple of weeks, and then he stopped coming on. Gizmozos, I recommend him. He says, hey, hello Gizmozos. Let's see, I guess I do this, then this. Oh, I should have played this. But should have played that first, then this. That was bad on my part. Darren says, hey, hello Giz.
Give that minion a turn to get ready.
The light. Face the light.
Now this deck right now has a 6 win to 15 loss ratio, so it's running 29%. That's ridiculously low. Clearly I need to rethink these decks as the months go on. But it's kind of hard. It's hard to figure out what to play.
Is someone injured?
There we go. Now Nightbot should be telling different songs. How strong do you think Cthulhu is?
You have better.
He's not as strong as he seems, because he requires a lot of setup. The thing with Cthulhu is if you have nothing better, you're fine. But let's go look at that card just to make sure it's the same one. Again, was it Raise? Raise the chains. If your deck has no duplicates, your hero power costs 0 this game. Ah, yes. Okay. That's the card. Raise in crafting. Yep. Yeah, I don't have it, so there is a strategy there, but it's only a strategy if you can play it. Kind of like any of the strategies, which is the problem. Cthulhu could be very powerful if you had an all Cthulhu deck built around it. But then it only reaches any deck like that where you have any duplicates is almost guaranteed to be worse than a Reno deck. Where in Reno decks you have only one of each card, you have no duplicates, you play Reno Jackson, you refill your health to 30 when you're about to lose. And Reno beats it. Do I have Cthulhu? Do you mean Cthulhu? Or is that a different word? CHULT is what you typed, James Anderson. Is that what you meant? I'll type that into search next time. My America's account particularly should have all the cards. It clearly doesn't, but it should have them all. But yeah, like I was saying, any deck that has duplicates playing to a single strategy gets beaten by Reno more often than not. Just a very overgeneralized there. Cthulhu. Do I have Cthulhu? Yes, I have Cthulhu. Anybody who purchased any pack of Whisper of the Old Gods got Cthulhu. And I think if you just logged in, you probably got Cthulhu. Made a Jade Druid, I've been doing better, says Gizmozo. Yeah, everybody's playing Jade Druid, which certainly doesn't make the game very fun. If it's, oh, this guy's playing Jade Druid, this guy's playing Jade Druid again. I've done 10 games in a row and it's Jade Druid, but it's the fact that it wins makes everybody play it, and it just inherently shows a lack of variety in Hearthstone right now. And I'm kind of stubbornly, I'm slightly incapable of making a Jade Druid, but I'm also stubbornly refusing to play these meta decks and just be like everybody else, because then my content isn't any different. Like, I don't think people want to watch yet another person playing Jade Druid over and over again. If you do want that, there's plenty of Twitch streamers and out there, the top ones, who just play Hearthstone. That's their only job, and they just play over and over again the same things. But frankly, it bores me, and anything that bores me is out of the question. That was wrong. James Anderson says, nope, Shaman Jade. I'm really surprised they didn't just nerf Jades. I think that would have been the nerf to make, but they're too new to do that. I would have made it so Jades only increase in an attack, but always have 1 health every time you summon them. I think that would work fine. This. 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 And this.
I wonder. This no look safe.
So at 9 o'clock, that's when I have to file all the content ID disputes on YouTube, which there's way more than there should be. So I'm thinking at 9 o'clock we're going to either end or go to the post show, and I've had nobody in the chat so far respond to that. So I'm trying to get as much feedback as possible. People, to just try to say it briefly, people seem to not like the post show. However, the post show does keep the video going and lets people watch me play. I continue playing. The post show is a muted post show. I continue playing. But I've run out of things to say. So I mute the microphone and you're just watching an uncommented gameplay. And it's focused just on getting the rest of the daily quests done. I might respond to you in chat, I might not. People are just encouraged to chat amongst themselves if they want to. So that's what the muted post show is. But people don't like it. People want me to unmute. They're saying, people are saying I'm a regular. Gizmozo says the in-game thing sounds boring. It is boring. Just end the show. Is there music in the background? Asked Darren. No, but there is the secret playlist, which you can you can click at any time and listen to the music there. That's what Nightbot is doing right now. If I play music, YouTube will content ID the entire stream, and then any few pennies of ad revenue I would have gotten from the stream would be taken away from me.
It's playtime.
Which deck on America's Alexander? No cussing, please, Alexander. Which deck on America's? I don't understand those two words. Mess up ladder is, I think, what you're asking. The top decks mess up ladder. Totally. Like, the decks that get played by everybody. There needs to just be more variety of things that can win and more randomness. Pros don't want randomness, but the pros that get up to rank 1 legendary want things to be boring so that they can guarantee victories. And so you can't design your game towards the professional esports players. James Anderson, do you think they will bring another expansion would make the game watered down? I was checking other live streams. I like live streams because you get to meet and play with the streamer. Yes, that's certainly where live streams seem to succeed.
In the light's name.
They're going to bring another expansion. That's all they're going to do. The watering it down is kind of what I want in a lot of ways. I want it to be more varied and more, and so that kind of is the same idea. Like, the game's not going to get boring because there's more variety. The game is boring right now because there is lack of variety, in my opinion. The fact that people are playing some of the top decks that Alexander was asking, like Jade Druid and Pirate Warrior. If you really want a comprehensive list, you can type in Hearthstone top meta decks, and plenty of websites will tell you those. The newest expansion, Knights of the Frozen Throne, might have put some confusion into what the best decks are right now, but you can get close to what the best decks were at least last month. The most used decks are Pirate Warrior, Jade Druid, Druid Loop, Murloc Paladin, says James Anderson. Yeah, there's about 5 of them that all the pros and all the people who want to be pros and who want to win play, and the lack of variety is dull. So with new expansion, with new cards, with new ideas, the game is getting better. Magic the Gathering, for example, has been adding expansions and blacklisting old expansions and adding new cards and blacklisting old cards for decades, and it doesn't water it down the series. To balance it out, they do. Hearthstone also doesn't kind of recreate cards like Magic the Gathering does, because in Magic the Gathering often you'll get a card that's exactly the same but it has a different name and different art. Hearthstone's not really doing that. So it's highly unlikely they will ever make another 3 mana, 3 attack, 3 health card that reduces the cost of cards you draw by 1. That will always be Shadow Fiend. But they will make something slightly different. They may make something that costs 4 mana and has 2 health that reduces the cost by 1. Alexander says, Pirate Warrior, seriously, they do not break about the Druid. I have Plague on my Druid. And Spreading Plague is one of the cards that's going to be nerfed.
We're gonna be rich. Bust out.
So, yeah, the Druid class cards are going to have it. The other thing I need to ask is does anybody have a European or an Asian account? Because I have a watch and learn I need to do. He just played Reno Jackson, by the way, and this is why Reno Jackson beats most decks that have any duplicates at all, is because he's back to 30, I'm at 13. And I've run out of steam and played all my cards. He has 3 cards in his hands and a full deck of minions. Oh, sorry, Pirate Warrior is a plague you have to get rid of. Darian asks, what is that? When you log in, it tells you Americas, European, or Asia. So if you were in Europe, for example, you would have been probably by default logged into the European account. It's really stupid, and you have to go through the whole setup and start over. So if you don't have it, no watch and learn. Oh, watch and learn. Well, we're going to switch over there and show you. Here, so I've got to load back into the European account. Watch and learn is a daily quest that you can get, particularly if you're a new player. But obviously, Darian hasn't even gotten it yet. And it feels like they give you watch and learns specifically at specific times. So watch and learn, watch a friend in spectator mode win a game. So if anybody has a European account and they want to log in and play, I can spectate them, and if they can win, we'll be done. Otherwise, I would have to hit the X and trade this out, which I can't even do. So now I need to play 50 priest cards in this deck and 10 in this deck. This is my European account I started a month ago. It, ironically, has gotten 7 wins in Arena. James Anderson says, "When to watch me." Are you on the European or the Americas or the Asians account? Because I need somebody to friend me on the European or the Asian account and watch them win. It doesn't help me to watch somebody on the Americas account. It's all very spread out and separate. I have considerably fewer cards in the European account, but this is the account where I dissolved a legendary and made 1 of every neutral card. So of the 150 pages of cards, I have 47. So excluding duplicates, which I have a lot less of, I have about 1/3 of the total amount of cards. Let's see, we needed a priest, and keeping any of these decks are not super helpful, necessary, because I haven't built any real decks on this account. Priest. And so when you need to play priest cards in this fashion, easiest thing to do is just take the cheapest cards, and it's going to take me about 3 games of trying to play all the cards, probably 4 or 5 even, to get them all done. All you have to do is play the cards though, so. And I'm already up to 5 mana cards to fill it up. I'll be barely 30 cards priest. Every single priest card I have to make 1 deck. And in ranked mode, I'm at rank 20, which is all this account really cares about. But I'll continue to play ranked because at rank 22 I might win, and getting a win slowly works to the 500 wins to get a golden version of that hero. The fact that I went through the incredibly large amount of setup to start a European and an Asian account has tripled the amount of work I need to do. It says you're busy, but how your user account. It's the same number. It's RYDO number 1423. I'm always busy. People don't like that either. They want to type in the chat and have it pop up here, but that doesn't help me as a YouTuber. It is also very possible that Battle.net is just screwed up. So James Anderson, are you sure you're in a European account or an Asian account? Are you sure you're not an America's account and I've already friended you? I can't keep those things straight. Certainly. Let's just go ahead and play this too. This card will help me draw more cards, which will be useful. So I can try to play more cards. If I could be guaranteed, and then this is the problem, you're never going to be guaranteed this, that the music that's playing on this playlist won't get content ID'd. Which even the music that YouTube says is copyright free and you can use still somehow gets content ID'd every now and then. I would play the music, but in the post show, but I just can't be guaranteed of it. And maybe if I ended the stream completely, that would help, but it still increases the chance of a copyright strike, which is different than a content ID. Content ID is just mostly people scamming and trying to steal the ad revenue from your channel. Copyright strikes are people who are literally trying to destroy your channel, and with a channel with over 5,000 videos on it, having my channel locked, destroyed, deleted, it's just an unacceptable possibility. Darn it. Well, we're just trying to play cards here. If only one of these people came online. Or any of these other people. And when you go down this list and just see, I already took off people who have been on less than a month ago, more than a month ago according to that, but there's still a lot of people that don't play Hearthstone that much, which I'm not surprised, frankly. And people are gonna get into Destiny maybe if people overlook all the microtransactions in Destiny, and then they'll be in the Battle.net system too. But that doesn't really help anything if a bunch of people who only play Destiny start friending me. Whatever, maybe some of the Destiny players will decide to play Hearthstone. In a weird way, I'm surprised it's not integrated somehow. That as you're waiting for your friends to lobby up, you you can just launch Hearthstone from inside the Destiny game, or just have a ideally, I would say, have a Destiny character walk up to a computer terminal and start playing Hearthstone. And similarly in Overwatch, just do the same thing.
Armor made to fit.
Remember, we're just trying to play cards. That's all we're trying to do before we die. I'm really not liking Bone Mare. Even at a 7 mana card, it is very powerful. Of course, the Lich King uses him all the time, so my dislike for Bone Mare is probably 100% built around the concept. So it seems like, if I'm reading the room right, people, and this would be consistent with everything, people don't like the silent post show at all. So okay, then the question is, what can I do to make it interesting, or can I just not do anything? Is it just a
Strike.
unpopular idea, and there's always going to be an unpopular idea? So if the rules are, I'm going to be still playing Hearthstone and I'm not going to be talking on the microphone, do I risk the music once, or is there something else I can do to make it interesting? Because obviously it's boring. Like, I'm not blind to that. Obviously it's boring. But also some people want to watch me play, and I'm trying to probably satisfy a very niche market, and I'm dissatisfying the vast majority of people who are expecting something different. And I guess if there really is no way to make it more interesting, then we will just have to stop it, which is fine. I guess that works just as well. Also, it's worth pointing out, right now is not the kind of time when I would go into the post show, because people are actually in the chat talking to me. When I usually go into the silent post show is when it's been at least an hour and nobody's talked. Here's a nice warrior combination there. So play that guy if you want to play warrior. That was 13 of the 50 cards needed. And I actually don't need to end the stream to do the content IDs. I can just take a short break at 9 o'clock and do it. I only need to fill out, copy and paste some paperwork. It'll take about 2 minutes. Of course, maybe it'll take about 5 minutes.
Anduin versus Jaina.
You asked for it.
The light shall
Yeah.
bring victory.
Barring any other feedback, I think I'll just try to play the music. Like, I can try that. I can see if somehow staying on this one playlist will cause no trouble, and hopefully my channel doesn't get copyright strike because of it.
Is someone injured?
Job's done.
Let's see, James Anderson. If I use the same account, switch regions, and play new, but then switch black, do I lose my stuff? You don't lose your stuff.
Right away.
You have to start from scratch on the other account. You can do it in complete safety. So if you switch your region and start a European account right now, you will start at the very beginning as if you've never played Hearthstone before. And it will take you probably 3 days to do the setup, and it's really not worth your time. You kind of have to have already been playing on the European account. But going back to your Americas account after you're doing the European account, your Americas cards are perfectly fine. They're still there. There's no risk. I go between my Americas account, the European account, and the Asian account all the time. There's no problems. It's not an issue. It's stupid that there's even a division there. You would think it would just be one worldwide account and we'd be playing against worldwide people. But Blizzard doesn't do it that way for some reason.
Right away.
But the problem you'll quickly find, James Anderson, is if you're it's the first time logging into the European account, you're going to have to fight 5 Innkeeper tutorial battles. Then you're going to have to defeat all 9 of the characters just to be able to play all the characters. You're going to have to get each character up to level 10 to have all the basic cards for each character. And you're going to have to...
Right away.
You're going to have to get to rank 20 before you can play a Tavern Brawl.
Job's done.
Here's a good question that Darian asked. What do you do when you're not streaming? What I do when I'm not streaming is I pre-record footage that comes out on the weekdays. There is no other job other than that I take care of a disabled family member. So I'm around taking care of them. But there's no other job, there's no other source of income. It would be very nice if this was an actual source of income itself. But mostly I'm living off charity because I'm helping the disabled family member. That being said, if I were to get another job, if I was in a situation where that would work, the amount of time I would have would be so low that my channel would just stop airing things. Of course, I've been very, very lazy in this past couple months. Once I just recently started live streaming Hearthstone instead of pre-recording Hearthstone, and once I started doing that, a lot of people wanted to see more and more of that. It was working, it was getting a lot of views, and it's caused certainly a lot of time to be taken up doing different things than what was before. So my pre-recorded footage is not very done. Like I should be recording footage for December, if not January right now, and I am not certain I'm even gonna have enough footage for November. And a lot of that's been laziness on my part. I've just been very, very bad as far as self-motivating. I've had probably a slightly larger amount of bad games I've played instead of good games.
Is someone injured?
But also a lot of it is just, I used to only spend about 3 hours pre-recording Hearthstone, And because I added the European account, because I added the Asian account, that tripled the amount of daily quests that needed to be done every 3 days. So that's tripled the amount of time. And because people started watching the live stream and commenting and interacting with me, which I love that way better than just nobody commenting or nobody watching the videos when they're pre-recorded, which is pretty much what happens. That certainly has added a lot of time. So it went from about 3 hours on average every 3 days to now it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours of streaming every time, almost guaranteed. Now I don't want to silence this character because then I'd stop getting more cards, and I'm here
Right
playing
away.
cards.
Job's done.
It's definitely a weird situation to say you don't do anything but live stream. People always kind of look at you funny, but I'm kind of just ahead of the curve, because I imagine one of the best case scenarios in the future is that the world will embrace a universal basic income, and many kids will just grow up and be live streamers, and that's kind of all they will do, because there just won't be any jobs otherwise, and there won't be a need for people to have jobs. Society in general is going to stop being so focused about around the concept that you are your job and your worth to society is your job, and it's going to come down to a much better perspective where people are going to be valuable because they're human beings, not because they contribute things, simply because we don't need humans to contribute things anymore. We can automate everything. Even doctors are getting replaced by computers. Like the jobs you thought, if you're a radiologist looking at x-rays for cancer, like they're scanning those x-rays now into computers, and the computers are doing a better job. We have a new person on the chat, Rep SMH, ranked 24 in 2017. I have no idea what that means. And then he goes, bro, you're talking about communism. Well, there's no pure communism or socialism or capitalism, and there never will be. Again, there probably never was in the past. I imagine countries like the United States will still be capitalistic, and you will get a universal basic income that pays for all your needs but not all your wants. And there will still be a few jobs out there where, much like in Japan, you can just take a single part-time job for a day or a week and get enough money to spend for the gadget or whatever you want to buy, but you don't commit to working that job for months, years, or for the rest of your life.
Job's done.
So yeah, in the United States, I bet there will be these temporary jobs that will still be around. Somebody will want you to do something. We already are starting to see things like that. There are cell phone apps where it's like, you can say, I'll pick up this food from a grocery store and deliver it to your house. And it's not something you do every day, but when you're available and have nothing better to do, you'll make $30, 20 bucks, just being a delivery boy for one job. We're already starting to see that. And with that money, it'll just be buying gadgets. It'll be buying video games. It'll be buying things you don't need to use. And then the universal basic income might just be in the form of something like food stamps that is only usable on food and rent and clothing and things. Right. Alright, I thought you were crazy with the first idea, but you got me hooked with the robot thing. That's the thing, is there's going to be also just some eventually we're going to get to the point where everything is automated and robots, but there's also going to be a gap. Like there is in the United States a massive amount of people who have fallen off the unemployment roster. So unemployment is actually a lot higher than what the government reports it as, because of because they only report people who have had like been seeking a job in the past 6 months. But there are people who just give up and they're homeless, or they have a spouse that works and so they stop working. So the actual unemployment is hard to calculate, but as more robots show up and more automation happens, everybody's going to lose their job. There's literally nothing I can imagine that a human can do better than a robot. We're going to build a better robot, and that can do it even at that point. James Anderson says, yeah, most people are losing their jobs due to robots. But dude, I was wasting my life working 9 to 5. No, he says, but dude, I like wasting my life 9 to 5. Well, you'll find something else to do. Don't worry. Like, people certainly feel they've been socially programmed to feel like they need to do something 9 to 5. But 6 months, a year, you get used to it. You start doing the things you love. That's what I love about my YouTube channel, is like, even though it doesn't pay anything, really, it's me getting to be the boss of me and do the things I want to do it. Can a robot be better than a human being a human? Absolutely. We will get to that point. We will totally get to the point where humanoid-looking robot will seem more human than an awkward human look is. James says I work 6 to 8. Like, people will still do things. They will just do the things they want to do. We will see a massive spike in writers, singers, painters, authors. All the artistic things that even if a robot could write better music and write better songs, it doesn't matter, because humans have an inherent need and desire to want to create things. Rip Up, does that mean robots will feel more important than a human and render us meaningless? Well, depending on how we program them and how they program themselves, I imagine they'll eventually just look at us as their beloved pets, or they'll look at us as like the senile old parents. Ideally, they'll look at us with some fondness, or have some reason to keep us alive and keep us around. But at the very least, it's not meaningless. No, I wouldn't say that. It's gonna be, humans are gonna be able to find their own meaning in life, instead of a boss telling them that their meaning in life is you flipping burgers, or you making more money for your boss. Or society telling you that your meaning of life is providing for it. Making money.
Let's make magic.
It's gonna be a change in perspective. Let's see, James Sanders. I don't understand any of this. 4chan X / said 0 error, they may. There will be a lot of programming in the robots and the artificial intelligence to what they care about and what they don't. Like right now, we are definitely at the level where they just care about getting their job done, whatever they're programmed to do. And so as long as humans don't get in the way, they will not really pay any attention to them. If it comes down to the point where programs or computers are environmentally sound and they say we love the environment and we have to keep the planet alive, well then they may say, well, humans are the worst contributors to pollution, therefore we'll force the humans to stop making pollution one way or the other. It just depends on what they care about. If robots don't care about life at all, then they may just build robot spaceships and leave the planet and leave us here to be ignored. But they're going to probably be looking at such a universal perspective. They probably will just see humans like ants, and they will neither bother to kill them or care for them in the longer run, but who knows. Ideally, we keep robots to do our work instead of letting them intrude on our real life and eventually replacing us. Well, that's most of it. That's the real perspective for the next 100 years. Is we're not going to put artificial intelligence in a computer that's building a car. Artificial intelligence is going to only be in experiments and labs. It's not. We don't need it. The thing that we'll start seeing artificial intelligence probably first showing up is when we have robot friends, because right now most people look at it, it's going to be us versus them. It's very possible that we just make artificial intelligent friends that come to our house and watch the football game with us and talk to us, tell us about, listen to our problems, listen to our bad breakups. It's very possible that they will just become better shoulders to cry on, and we like them, that they're our friends, and that's going to be very helpful for the elderly, which we have in the United States. The baby boomers are getting older and older, and right now we mostly ignore them and sit them in front of a TV, and the young, because let's face it, most parents aren't that good as parents, and they don't listen to their kids as much as their kids would like. And so if you had a 2-year-old who wanted a friend and there was nobody else around him, you get a robot friend. He can always be around. He doesn't eat anymore. He just takes a little bit of power. That would be really good. Let's see. Let's go back into the chat. If robots take our jobs, we may be in a Section 8 or homeless. Okay, Google it. But they work for government to collect.
I must consider.
Well, the entire system is going to be upheaved and is being upheaved right now. Yeah. In the United States, there's 11 times as many empty houses as there are homeless people. If the government wanted to, and people would agree to it, they could take all of those houses and put somebody homeless in them. And that means easily, if we change the system, we could get rid of all the existing mortgages, and you could just live in the house that you're in right now, or apartment that you're in right now, and not have to pay for it. And that would be just one other way of going about and doing universal basic income, is just getting rid of debts that are just going to bankers and don't really benefit society that much. Rip Rep says, can we just set up an artificial intelligence to play Hearthstone and make the best deck and play the most effective automatically based on percentages? Yeah. There's really no reason why you couldn't. It would cost a lot of electricity right now, and it wouldn't. And when you're talking a game, it's not like you would be accomplishing anything by doing that. But it could be done, certainly. Like, robots aren't going to take away people's enjoyment in games. They're going to take away the boring stuff. James Anderson says robot sexual harassment? Maybe. It might happen. If they're misprogrammed and they don't read social cues. But if robot sexual harassment's happening, then a lot of non-sexual harassment sexual activity will be happening too. And robots might date you. They might be interested in you. You might have a much better love life with a robot running around. The person who makes the new robot to do those things are going to be the trillionaires. Well, then, what good is it for one person to be a trillionaire and everybody else to be broke? That is inherently... There we go. Let's see. Can you win, Delong? That... The wealth inequality is already way too big, and so if they do that, that's only going to work until you have something like the French Revolution, where they just you have the aristocracy, the incredibly rich, and the peasants get tired of that separation, and they decide just to chop off the heads of all of the aristocracy. So there is real danger in trying to make yourself the richest person in the planet. Bill Gates is a very likable person, generally speaking, right now, because of Melinda Gates convincing him to do good with his money instead of just kind of hoarding it and not really doing anything with it. He was more focused on just making more programming. So, if Melinda hadn't convinced him to be a better person, everybody would hate him. In a very simple way, if you know who the one guy is a trillionaire, you're going to charge him $1,000 for a loaf of bread, and then you're going to charge everybody a nickel for a loaf of bread, because you know the other people can't afford anymore, and you're going to really try and screw the rich, which is not a bad idea in almost every scenario, because the rich usually deserve it. Robots need equal rights because we coded them to want them. That's a bigger argument, certainly, that will have to come up. We probably should decide if children and animals have equal rights, because in the United States right now, children don't have any rights at all. They're just considered property of the United States. It's not really said out loud very often, but it's legally how it goes. You could if you were you could if it was OSR, since you can sell gold for money. OSRS. I don't know what OSRS is, so I didn't get that sentence. If I was a trillionaire, I'd build a robot to tell me what is the best to give all the money away. The best way to give all your money away is to not become a trillionaire in the first place. Like, literally let people just keep their money. Like, you're coming from the perspective that they're going to build these robots and they're going to charge people thousands and thousands of dollars for them. It's also, that's very possible and likely even, but it's also possible people just build the robots and say, here, have one. Or this is like a $10,000 car. that's the best equivalent. Is we see the Teslas and the Google cars that are being developed. Those cars aren't being put on sale for James Anderson says, I won already and kept loading. WTF, switching accounts again. Did you complete the quest? No, I'm still loading. But if I leave it alone here, it might work. It might eventually just time out and give it to me. It's just going to take a while. Either that or it's going to give an error message after a minute or two. It won't do this forever, I can guarantee that. Or I won't let it do this forever. James Anderson, seems like your internet is so bad that trying to play people in Europe is probably just making it. Rip says, children don't have rights because the prefrontal cortex isn't fully developed. Well, then you make the same argument for animals and robots, too. Like, if that's the line society is going to design, there will be robots that will have a level of intelligence that that you give rights to and you don't. However, your argument has a major flaw because you're also inherently saying that people with mental disabilities shouldn't have rights too. And you probably didn't consider that. If it's just based on intelligence, I think inherently people are going to have to say all life has rights and equal value. And they may be very limited rights, a lot less than what you're normally expecting, but I think life is probably the only thing you can give a value to, because any dividing line is eventually just going to get eroded and stop making sense. If you inherently say something doesn't have rights, you're also talking life, liberty, and the pursuit of justice, too. So, no, the laws don't protect everyone. That's the thing. If you don't have rights under the constitutional law, you don't have any protection under any law. So if something has no rights, then they can just be murdered. They can not sue you in court. They can, you can do whatever you want with them. There is, in the United States, also international law and the Geneva Convention, which is not really binding for most people, but the people that are in Guantanamo Bay have never been charged with a crime, and they've been in jail for years, and they are not afforded any rights whatsoever. The people that the United States are at war with and are shooting don't have any rights to life or criminal procedures. That's kind of the problem, is that the laws right now don't afford people who aren't citizens that much rights, or people who in any other way have that much rights. That's why we can, you're certainly not afforded liberty and the pursuit of justice if you're not a citizen of the United States. You can just be deported, and so you're not allowed. I guess I'm gonna cancel this because it's not working. I thought that would have worked. I was hoping it would. So no, there are not laws to protect everyone. There's not laws to protect everyone anywhere. Anywhere in any country.
Where have your journeys taken you?
That I know of. How do you think the United States is doing on genetically modified food? The thing about genetically modified food is we've been genetically modifying. Let's try this again. We've been genetically modifying food for hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, because that's what you do when you have a bigger potato and you plant the bigger potato to make even bigger, better potatoes, and you throw out the small potato that didn't make that much food. Is you're naturally selecting breeding things, and we were crossbreeding things to make apples tastier, and we were doing all of those things for hundreds and hundreds of years. So the only real concern now is that instead of doing it on a farm and using some very basic procedures to genetically modify food, which genetic modifications happen all the time. Every time anybody has a baby, you've genetically modified the human species because you've mixed two strands of DNA and allowed for mutations. So for the entire human race, we've been genetically modifying everything. The fact that it's done in a lab should theoretically be safer and better. That's it. It should. The fact that it's done by a large corporation that often does some nefarious things that you don't want to have happen, and that they might be putting some kind of cancer-causing agent in there if they're and is slightly disconcerting, but it's not worth your time worrying about it. Eat the genetically modified food, enjoy it. You're probably not going to take a day off your life. If there is some genetically modified food out there that gives thousands of people cancer, you're just going to be like everybody else and get the cancer. Don't worry about it. Eat it and enjoy it. You're probably going to do worse if you tried to grow your own food and feed yourself that way anyways. From all natural. The hysteria of buying all natural food is just an advertisement thing. Corporations, rich people in general, like to do this. They like to get people fighting about things. They like to get people overly concerned about things, and then they sell them a solution after they made the problem. But when I eat organic food, I think it's completely different tasting than from GMOD. It probably does taste different, but neither one of them is inherently bad for you, and you're probably paying a lot more for the organic food. And organic is just a label, by the way. It's not a regulated thing by the government. So anybody can put organic on anything. It's literally just, they made a problem and they're selling you a solution. Don't worry about it. If you like the taste of organic food and you're, just admit to yourself you're a food snob and move on. It's like, it's okay to be a food snob and say you want to eat organic. James says, nope, I grow my own food. Alright, well, if you grow your own food and you're willing to go through all of that, there's literally not a wrong answer. As long as you're eating food. The only thing I would say is, like, nightshades, like potatoes again, if you don't know what you're doing and you grow it, can become poisonous, and you can poison yourself if you don't know how to properly store and grow potatoes. I think what you do is you can't have them in the sunlight. Yeah. Growing your own food and taking care of your own chickens is so good. Yeah. If you can do that, people have been doing it for thousands of years, and if you enjoy it, like. But obviously, a lot of people don't want to go that way. Like, I don't think I got to watch and learn there. It doesn't count. Yeah, sadly, it doesn't count. You're gonna have to play a real game, not one of those intro games. So we'll get back to you, maybe later, maybe not. I need to play 10 elementals in the meantime. I think it's just healthier to keep eating. Healthy eating keeps my body happy. I haven't drank soda for a couple of months and I lost weight just from that. Okay, good. The excess amount of sugar that's added to things is clearly, obviously, a major factor in causing people to be unhealthy. So, limiting sugar is totally the right thing to do. Nobody except for the sugar industry will argue with that one. And there's literally no reason to drink soda. Well, you should drink a lot more water. Let's see. You don't get the watch and learn from solo mode. Darn it. Food tastes so much better. Can it? It's really bad. LMA hit the year. See ya, boys. I'll finish the tutorial and let you know. See ya, Rip Rep. Just kidding. More people should know how to. And see, I only have 15 elementals anyway, so that means to build up this deck more, I need to play cards that draw cards. And I still am missing something, so we'll take a Fire Blast. Now there is something I can help James with. Once he's out of the tutorial, I can play as every single character that he needs to defeat before he can play as, and just immediately concede against him. And then you won't have to play solo mode against him. What do you think on how kids are drinking certain milk that are hitting puberty quicker because of their hormones inside of it? I don't think that's the only factor, and it may not even be the factor. I think there is a long history of parents and doctors allowing parents deny that puberty was occurring until later. So it may very well be the case. Hey, I get this card mount for Heroes of the Storm, which I don't play. Thanks game. So it may very well be that humans have always been hitting puberty at this time. When you go 300-400 years back, it was not uncommon to consider a 12-year-old to be an adult. It was only until puritanical Christianity influenced the world a lot that we tried to push childhood further and further onto kids and say that they were they were still a child. It is believed that biblically the Virgin Mary was 13 years old when she got pregnant with Jesus. So you have to look at the historics there. So it may very well be that puberty was always happening at that time and it was just being denied. It could also be just better genetics, and it almost certainly is better food. Not milk having hormones in it, just that the milk and the other food they are eating has more nutrients in it, and the bodies of the children aren't running on bare minimal and practically starving to death. Just feeding people can make them develop faster and be healthier. So it more than likely might be a good thing that puberty is starting earlier in kids. So I, again, wouldn't really worry about it. I haven't seen any real issue with it. It's just parents feel icky about it and they don't want to talk about it. That's kind of the issue.
Don't mess with me.
Genetics are the main reason of puberty. Also, before, when someone said SMH, it means so much hate. Oh, okay. I'm not fully aware of so many of these things. Let's see. Yeah, when people abbreviate, I know in their own circle of friends they know what that means, but this is a worldwide audience we're attempting to reach, so so a lot of people do things like, I know people sometimes will type in ja ja ja, and that's like a lol in other languages. Huh. James Anderson says, I hit puberty when I was 10. This is very rude, I know, but could I ask how old you are? I'm old, but that's kind of all I say. I'm not in school or in college or anything like that. I'm old. I'm not super old, but I'm old. That's about all I say. Puberty also is a longer process, so it's like you don't just hit it. It starts probably a lot earlier than you think, and just goes unnoticed, and then it doesn't really even stop. Could I guess? You can guess all you want. I'm not going to give you any hints or tell you if you're right. So I would say don't bother. I'm supposed to be playing elementals here.
Job's done.
Like, if you do guess, you only have two scenarios, really. You're going to be younger and potentially insult me for thinking that I'm underage, then, or you're going to be way over and particularly insult me for thinking I'm overage. The bigger question I would say is what do you attribute to an age? Why do you need to categorize somebody as a specific age? Like, there should be 18-year-olds out there that are really smart, but the vast majority of them are going to be really unexperienced and not very smart. There should be 80-year-olds out there that are really dumb, but one would hope that if they had lived 80 years, they had learned a lot of things. So, knowing an age and gender, and several other factors are used in society as shorthands to classify people and label them. But from a bigger perspective, everybody's unique and everybody's different, and it doesn't matter how old they are. You gotta really get to know them if you want to get to know them, and if you don't want to get to know them, just say they're not worth your time and don't think about them anymore. Damien says, "Hey, what's up?" Hey, Damien, nice to meet you. I just was wondering because you sound very smart about certain subjects. I have thought a lot about a lot of subjects, and it's kind of a blessing and a curse because people eventually get tired of it. But also, as a YouTuber, it's very helpful because I can at least have conversation. But there's really nothing stopping an 18-year-old for if that was their passion to do the research and know everything I know. I do personally have a passion to like to learn new things at specific times if I'm willing to learn that thing at that time. So a lot of times I wasn't willing to learn things. Most of my school life I wasn't willing to learn what the teachers were teaching, and I got in a lot of trouble for that. But I was willing to learn things I was interested in. And interest is very, very helpful. I have learned later in my life to be interested in a lot more things and learn a lot more things. I don't know what your talk is about, but hey, I'm 53 and you guys. I just don't like people doxing themselves in general. Even fans. I don't think fans should give out information. Video games in particular now is a very wide variety of people too. It's like there's nothing wrong if you're playing a game if you're 4 years old, and there's nothing wrong with playing a video game if you're 104 years old. And we can all come together and learn to appreciate each other a lot better. Lag, people are saying. I'm not seeing any lag, but who knows what YouTube is doing. Oddly, people half the time think of me as childish and half the time think of me as mature or more mature for my age. So I'm probably just a little random depending on the scenario and depending on how I'm dealing with people. There we go, we got the elementals done. And 2 people are online, so maybe we can... No, only one person's online. Darn it. Are you still doing... Let's see how far he is on reloading. Fixed it, apparently.
Tell me, have you read my book, The Green Hills of Stranglethorn?
He's still doing the solo adventure expansion. So the thing with him doing the setup here is he's also going to have to get a victory against a real player, and that's going to be incredibly difficult. Tragic Master's online, and he came online pretty late into the stream. But hello anyways. Tragic Master seems to come on right about 9:30.
Ready for action.
James Anderson says, yeah, I am.
Handle it. Job's done. Maybe I should go back to writing.
I hate this intro section with a passion. It is the worst. And it doesn't need to be its own single thing. If they just wanted a tutorial, they should have us have you go into casual play and then have the first 5 things you play be a pre-programmed tutorial scenario. It is very silly to just have an extra loading screen that you never see after you do the setup, and just extra lines of dialogue that you hear once in your life.
Need to find a way to neutralize that.
Particularly when this is just a lot of people play this on their cell phone, and that's taking up space on your cell phone's SD card. To have this voice file, to have this pre-programmed thing, so you can slim all of that down, and maybe after you beat it, it deletes those files, but it still takes up your bandwidth to have it in the first place. But even beyond that, when somebody starts playing, they usually should just be allowed to play. Let's see, Damien says, would you like to give me your battle tag or so? I need more people in Hearthstone, but my old PC don't run the game, so I can add you maybe later today, I don't know. The battle tag is Rydo, let's see, number 1423. It's also down in the description. All my social links are in the description. Tragic Master, I did the intro like 12 times during the recruit a friend thing. Easier to just start a dummy account and blast through it in the intro for free packs. So did you give like your main account a bunch of free packs that way? I wish I had thought of that. The recruit a friend thing I think still works. If new people click the link instead of just type in the battle tag, but I think it still works. Yeah, all my social links are in there, so after you've subscribed to my channel and click that notification bell, you can also follow me on Twitter or Facebook or whatever people are looking at these days. I don't know if there's a new one out there after Twitter. Facebook's pretty random. I don't pay much attention to it. But Twitter is not very good when you want to talk to your friends, so I understand why most people don't want to spend all of their time on Twitter, because you're just following a bunch of celebrities, and that's all I do is follow a bunch of celebrities. How did you make your channel picture? I used an app. There's this app. Let's see if I can find it still on my phone, called Prisma, Prisma, that takes a default picture that I had, that an artist made for me, and I put the effects on Prisma. Prisma runs artificial intelligence on an image to make it, and I put the stained glass artificial image change on there. Let's see. Is that the last one? Or do you have another one? I subbed and clicked the bell. You spell clicked with a C, by the way. So yeah, my channel art used Prisma, and there was a specific font that I don't remember. It was an open source font that was used to type my name, and if you're making channel art, you have to use the open source font or they'll claim copyright on the font, which is ridiculous, but whatever. And I think the artist that made the original changed the font a little bit too, so it's not even the same thing. But then I put it in Prisma, and Prisma made it look fancy and stained glass like that. And that's about my level of artistic Illidan, last one. Okay, well, if that's the last one, I'm going to switch over to the Asia account while we're here and work on those for a while. Thank you for subbing and clicking the bell, Damien, by the way. Tragic Master says, main account gets the pack per friend recruited, so you would get a free pack for every intro run. Worth it if you're just starting out and free to play. Yeah, and new accounts, that's what I think they should just... When you are later in the game, if you start now, you should get more card packs. I'm going to trade the Watch and Learn here because nobody plays the Asian account at all. I have 2 friends on there. Because nobody speaks English and is watching me in Asia, probably. Shaman and Warlock with Divine Shields. Let's do Divine Shields to start off with. And delete this. So, yeah. I guess...
If you make a wild deck, you can only use it.
I guess that would have been worth it. Damien says, I'm from Germany and I am sorry that it's difficult for you to use the language perfectly. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, you've been 99% accurate. Does the German language have a C? Or is it all K's? I don't know. Let's just take these, even though I don't think those are going to help. I have ridiculously few Divine Shield minions, less than 11. And so, again, just need to fill it out with cards. Now, the thing about the Asian account is I didn't disenchant any card to get anything. I still even have golds. If you friend me on battle.net, you friended me on everything. So that is already in it. But if I ever do get into League, maybe I'd play you, but I don't think I'm gonna get into League ever. Darian, what is your battle tag? He's asking. So other people will friend you if you put your battle tag in the chat, Darian, and they might play you. I definitely want to try and have a community here more than just everybody wanting to play me, because that's gonna fall apart really quickly as more people. I really like the German language though. I think inherently it's the next step to the next language that gets majorly adopted. The way it's structured makes a lot of sense. It doesn't sound pretty to the ears, and that's kind of its major flaws. We have everything. English has X plus O with a squirrely face on it, a U with dots over it, A with something on this, and a B, a curvy B. So they have 4 extra letters. Darian, what does that mean? I was asking if they had the letter C in German. See, this is the problem with the BattleNet tags. His is Darian 1038 number 1266. Is people put numbers in their names because of other accounts, and then the battle.net adds its own number and makes it even longer. Darian, all numbers? Question mark. Yeah, you gotta type the whole thing. Capital DARIN 1038 number 1266. That you gotta type all of that for it to work. But once you're friended somebody in Battle.net, you're friended with everything. So people, if they get into Destiny, will be friends with people that play Hearthstone. People that are playing Overwatch are friended with me. People that are playing StarCraft 2 or World of Warcraft, American account. Yeah, I really don't like that division. Yeah, new players should just be given more packs the later it goes. So every month, at the end of the month, they should say, you will now get 25 welcome to the game packs of, and then there will be like a random assortment of the old packs that you can't get anymore. So, like the tournament one cards or what a Journey to Unguru may still be available for purchase. But there should just be a booster pack to start people. This is why the Pokemon series of games kind of gets rid of the old Pokemons or changes them. They don't. You don't start the newest version of Pokemon and have to collect the 1,000 previous versions of Pokemon that were in the old games. They want the player not to be overwhelmed by the amount. Yeah, Darren said that would be awesome, but I still wish I started with more Murlocs. See, and new players would be very likely to make a mistake and just like disenchant things to get the cards they want, so it wouldn't even be a big issue. Damien Herzog says, "Be right back. I have no sound." Okay. Right now, all I'm trying to do is play things with Divine Shield, and I have only a tiny number of cards with Divine Shield to play. So the daily quest for new players doesn't help. Has anyone beat the Lich King? I've beaten him on almost all of them. I just have the Hunter left. And I've had at least 2 or 3 of my fans have specifically beaten him on everything because they have the Arthas face thing. He sucks. The Lich King is a terrible, terrible challenge. You literally have to go online and look up the deck you need to build, and then you have to try for hours and hours. I've been trying since he came out when I have free time, and still haven't done it completely.
The light dims, but we fight.
For justice.
I fight.
James Anderson, I'm done with the tutorials. Okay. Well, just get into games while you're playing, and when I'm done, as long as you're still playing games, then I'll hop back into the European account and watch you win. Hopefully.
Let's negotiate. You concede, and I'll let you.
Darian's asking James if he added him.
A new acquisition.
What time is it where I live? I'm in the United States Central Time. It is 9:47 p.m. You don't really even have to ask. It says it right there. Unless my computer clock is wrong, which maybe it is. But we'll just say it's 9:47 where I live. But I suffer from insomnia too, so like it's not odd for me to stay up really late. And right now my insomnia has been pretty bad, so I'm probably gonna stay up till like 6 in the morning. I doubt I'm gonna stream till 6 in the morning. But as long as people are logging in and chatting, this is the kind of streams I like. There are good streams and then there are bad streams. There's like, if I do it on a Friday night, if it just happens that all the daily quest happens on a Friday night or a Sunday, nobody's around. People have better things to do, and those are really boring because there's nothing. This could have been a bad stream because there's not because there wasn't a lot of news, but news doesn't really matter. News is always boring, and let's see. 4.
Repent.
Take that one out.
I fight.
That one.
Repent. Hey, give me a minute.
That one. Go ahead and play a card just to get rid of it. Tragic Master says, "Oh wow, I want to craft that card for a Razkus deck, Nexus Champion." Nexus Champion. Did I play Nexus Champion or did they play Nexus Champion? Like, the Asian account in particular is not... It has random cards. It has some cards that I don't have on the Americas account, but it's not specifically any better or worse than any of the others. Divine Shield them up.
Repent.
Remember, right now I'm really trying to do is get Divine Shield, but if I get a victory, I will take it. I could certainly level up on this new account. James Anderson and Tragic Master are having lag again. Sorry. The only thing I could do to adjust the lag would be to increase the latency on the chat. So then chat would be even further behind, and I don't think people would want that. So there's now 3 settings. There's now 3 ways you can have your chat set in YouTube. You can have it in normal mode, you can have it in low latency mode, which is what it's at right now, or you can have it at super low latency mode. And if you put it to super low latency mode, then you can't rewind the video. And I don't think it's worth putting it in super low, well, it's called ultra low latency actually. I don't think it's worth going to ultra low latency mode if that means people can't rewind it. Here in Germany it's 4:50 a.m. Just trying to plan when is the best time to see you online. I'm very inconsistent, and it certainly hurts my channel. Every 3 days there are new daily quests, so every 3 days around 2 or 3, but lately it's been closer to 5 US Central Time. They've streamed. I need a lot of people, a lot of fans to go back and watch the old videos, the old streams. Like, if you have comments, you can just put them in the comments. I will respond to that. So like, if people don't watch it live, I know people love to watch things live, but if they can't, that doesn't mean they need to miss out on the content. They just should go back and watch it. All my pre-recorded videos are airing at scheduled times, so every day you see a pre-recorded video, that they will come out at the same time every day, unless I screwed up the scheduling. Well, I've now lost. Like, I can do this. I should have done that backwards, by the way. I should have summoned this guy, then played this to give him Divine Shield. I think you get experience, though, for every damage you do, so it's worth it to play this way. There is, or at least there used to be in YouTube, a thing about playing, being popular in small European countries. That is how PewDiePie became the biggest YouTuber. Is he was popular in, I believe, Sweden, his country, because there weren't any other YouTubers streaming or making videos there, and because he got popular in that one country, he then got exposed and shown to more people worldwide, and so that's how he grew his audience. So if it still works that way, and all of Germany loves me, that would be great. That being said, I believe today my coverage of Wolfenstein: The New Order came out. So, and over the weekend I was airing Wolfenstein. Let me see if that actually did air. So Germany may ban me. Is this person just gonna say hello nonstop? Because we'll have to squelch him if that's the case. Yeah, Wolfenstein: The New Order just aired 2 hours ago. So I may be banned in Germany. Which would kind of suck, because I know I do have several fans. My stomach's growling. Hopefully that's not showing up on the audio. I will say, though, that for the video game industry, I think with Angela Merkel going to Gamescom, it starts to... Germany is starting to put video games on a higher regard, and they're starting to ease up on it. Where I'm seeing more stories now of Australia censoring and banning games on it a little bit more often than Germany does. And some countries, of course, they ban games like crazy. There was the whole Malaysia apparently banned all of Steam, is what I heard, over a single game. I never got any follow-up to see if that really was a government agency that banned it, or if it was just the internet service provider thought they should ban it. Miguel Guzman comes on, said hi. Hi, Miguel. Right now we're trying to get a watch and learn, so new account D-Long here is going to have to do almost a Herculean task of defeating somebody. Now, if he wants to unlock more people, I can help him with that. So after this game, we can quickly go through that process and unlock everything for him. That might help him a little bit, but probably not that much. Everybody's saying hi. I finally got the Nightbot responder to not respond when people say hi or hello. Now it only responds back hello if somebody types in hi Rydo. so that they're directly addressing me. Before it was saying hello to anybody that said hello, even people saying hello back to other people saying hello.
Amazing.
Nightbot still needs a lot more features. And I missed the 9 o'clock time I was going to fill in all the content IDs. Oops. I got too busy. Content ID disputes. I've been so bad about recording and bad about doing scheduling.
They'll never know what
Darian, do you script your own bots? Not generally speaking. Nightbot here is a beta program that YouTube suggests to moderate your thing, and I did program some custom commands, so if you type in asterisk Easter eggs, there's a bunch of Easter eggs, but I'm not really programming it or scripting it or working on it. I'm just saying that when it comes out of beta, it needs more features. I did some settings, and that's about it. In general, I don't use bots. There are some rare occasions where I've programmed some macros to do some things for me. Steam a year ago had a clicker game where you clicked on things and you would get trading cards for one of the Steam summer sales, and I programmed the computer just to click the button because it was giving me arthritis. Victory! Watch and learn. We got it. Thank goodness. Alright. Send me a friendly challenge, DeLong, and I'll immediately concede on everything you need to do. Let's see. We get an epic. That's pretty good. Let's see. Good luck on the pack, says Tragic Master. I don't really buy into the luck thing. I just do it. Send me a friendly request. Cancel out your game and we can help you with that. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to switch over. Recruit a friend. Invite your friends to play Hearthstone with you. Is that new? Morgul the Oracle. Yep. Yeah, that's still here. So what happens when you click that and it's just a recruit a friend link if people need it. Alright. I guess that's because it's a different account. What's a good rogue deck? Asked Darian. Just send me a friend request and I can let you well, let's better answer that question. A good rogue deck for a new account is just the basic cards. I'm stuck on returning. Man, your thing is not good. Your game is buggy, but I've seen that true on all of them. So we know he has Mage unlocked right now, and so we don't need to play Mage. We'll start with Druid, and we need Darian to tell us who he has unlocked and who he doesn't. We'll do Druid, a Priest, Shaman, and I think that's another Druid. And then immediately concede on all of those, and then we'll have to make some other accounts. Put your main deck in the link. This is a free-to-play run? I'm playing on a phone. Darian. Yeah, Darian, tell me what characters you don't have unlocked, unless you have all 9 of the characters unlocked. Because that's the only thing I can really help you with right now, is I can very quickly concede as soon as we start a game. And if you don't have Druid unlocked, you'll immediately unlock Druid, and then you can play as Druid and get it up to level 10, and then work to get to level 20, which will get you Tavern Balls, and then every time there's a Tavern Ball, you should definitely do it to get another free pack. Okay, so only Mage, says James Anderson. Oh, I thought... Who is D-Long? Is that James, or is that Darian? I thought it was Darian. I'm getting people confused.
You asked for it.
So, you don't have to play, just concede. And that should unlock him. But don't cancel it out or anything. I'll have to cancel it out in a second. Your main account will get 1 pack per dummy that uses the link. So, now... I can do Priest real quick. No. Darian says that's not me. Sorry. I already have you on Battle.net. Sorry. Yeah, I'm getting it. What? Nightbot has gone crazy. What? Somebody post a... I'm gonna have to see what Nightbot's doing. Nightbot's gone insane. Apparently he thinks he can't post links. Let's... What are you doing, Nightbot? I didn't give you permission to time out people. Spam protection. Words, phrases, links. And disable. And options. Okay, that should fix that. Hopefully. Nightbot's getting nasty.
Anduin versus Malfurion.
I must protect the one.
The light shall bring victory.
Tragic said the word link. Yeah, I have no idea. Nightbot has gone in crazy, and if he's gonna be crazy like that, it only timed you out for 5 seconds, so not like crazy, but
You have best.
that should not have happened. I apologize. No links. There goes my Pornhub. Says James. Well, if you were actually posting links, it would be inappropriate, and I would time you out. But the Nightbot was being very stupid there. Like I said, it's in beta. It needs more work, particularly since I have it programmed to post links all the time. Most of the things it's posting. So this should unlock Druid, Priest, and Shaman, but this is taking forever too. It is taking a long time to just connect to him. But this is very helpful for new players because trying to find somebody that's playing a Warlock and beating them as a new player can be incredibly frustrating. Miguel Guzman asks, you play other games? I play all kinds of other games. Every weekday there are at least 4 other games they air of things I've pre-recorded and played. Mostly single player. I don't play a lot of multiplayer games, or if I'm playing a multiplayer game, I'm playing the single player part of it.
Versus Anduin.
You win this one.
And again, when you start a new account, it should just give you a bunch of cards and let you play as any character you want to play as. There's really no reason to limit this. Alright, so I do have more characters. Druid, Priest, Shaman, let's do Hunter. I mean Miguel, if you have League. And see, that was one of the things that Discord was supposed to do, is if you friend people on Discord, it's supposed to synchronize the battle.net tags, and it just, I guess people haven't adopted Discord. I can't figure out a way to adopt it either. Like, so I certainly understand that. But having having them just interconnect and friend people makes sense. That's kind of the ridiculousness of the new YouTube chat system that they added, is that you've got to yet again friend everybody again and send these friend requests and say, do you want to talk to this person? Do you want to talk to this person? Come on, D long. It's DY long because it's long for your internet. Man, with internet that bad, I would imagine you're gonna get frustrated playing an always online game like Hearthstone. Like, this would have taken considerably less time if it just connected. That's a major problem all over the world, is slow internet.
Rexa versus Thrall.
Well fought. I concede.
And it's really silly to do all of this on the live stream, but whatever. So now we have Hunter, Druid, Priest, Shaman. So we need Warrior, and Rogue, and Warlock, and Paladin. Dude, you don't have no idea. You don't know how many how many ranks I've lost due to disconnection. NASA has the fastest internet in the US, I believe. I saw an article recently, probably the same one you were talking about, where they said they have 91 gigabytes per second internet speed. But I don't know what that really means, because at the end of the day, that doesn't mean it just kind of means that they can download a lot of different things from a lot of different places, because they're still very much limited to the upload of the other server. And right now I'm streaming, I have an upload of barely 5 megabits per second. Nobody watching me can watch the stream any better than that. So that's kind of it. So James says, dude, it's fine, I'm switching to the Americas account. Sorry I couldn't help you more, but I hopefully got you halfway there. What do you think of the rise of Bitcoin? From what I had heard, as I switched to the Asian accounts, Bitcoin is pretty much solid and done. Like, what I had heard is Bitcoin is probably going to stay around, but it's not going to get greatly more popular. And they had moved to a different thing called Ethereum, and Ethereum has now been played out and isn't going to be that popular. It seems like it's kind of this gold rush to the next cryptocurrency every time to try to make money. I'm not sure in general if the idea of a cryptocurrency is any smarter than a fictional currency backed by a government. I mean, I don't know if there's any currencies out there that are actually gold backed or backed on anything that's actually of value. The only real reason gold has any value to me is because it's used in computer circuitry and thus can actually make something. But most people think gold is valuable just because it's pretty, and for generations we've considered it valuable.
Why do you call?
Let's see. So I wouldn't get into Bitcoin, but if somebody was to give me Bitcoin, I would sit on it and hope it increased in value. You could, if you had gotten into it really earlier, when it first started, you could potentially have been a millionaire if you sold it now, but that is very few people, and that's just how it breaks down. LOL here in Venezuela, we get 2 megabits, but it really goes at 100K. My internet's weird because it limits the upload speed when you start to download too much. So it's 65 megabits per second download. But if you go over 65 megabits per second, it doesn't limit the downloading any, it just limits the uploading. And so it's terrible if you're actually streaming, because then you've got to account for something that is not really related. Let's see. Adapt. Divine Shield. Give it more health. But 5 megabits per second is about the best I can get without paying a lot more. And if I paid a lot more, it would probably only be about 10 megabits per second. And that really sucks. Tragic Master says, no value of cash, nothing backing it. Sorry for the bad English, says Miguel, no problem. The thing that's backing the value of cash is the idea that people are willing to accept it. If I can go kill a bunch of raccoons and skin them and take their pelts and take that to somebody and trade it for something else, that is a form of currency. And to re-mention where we probably are going with the fully automated robot society, where nobody has a job and everybody probably is just on some kind of basic, universal basic income, currency very possibly is going to be lesser and lesser used or not exist at all. So it may just be people get food stamps that, or something like food stamps that can be used for food and clothing and maybe shelter. But then there will be some separate currency that's used for things that you don't need, like video games or toys or I don't know, alcohol. It may just be currency. In a lot of ways is just a form of rationing with nobody in charge, really. Like you're trying to ration resources in a world where we kind of have more than enough resources for most of the first world countries. so currency stops being as useful. James Anderson asks, what other app games do you play in live stream? I don't play or live stream anything else because, as you can tell in this stream, we've been going for many hours, and when people are here and we're interacting, it just goes on forever, and that's a good thing, and I like it that way. But there's no, how could someone travel and make money at the same time? Legally or legally? The thing, there's a lot more options illegally. If you're traveling and you're, say, moving drugs around the country, you can make some money that way. If you're traveling and you're doing prostituting yourself, you could probably make money that way. But there's not a ton of things. You can be a representative for a company, like a drug salesman in the United States, particularly if you have the right degrees, where you spend all day giving out samples and trying to convince doctors to prescribe drugs to people, whether they need them or not. And you get to travel a lot like that. That's probably the closest thing to a traveling salesman that you can do. So sell drugs, either legal drugs or illegal ones. Let's do legally, but when it stops lagging.
The light protects me.
That would be one thing you can do. You can be a trucker in most of the world and drive trucks and goods. So if you're driving a big 18-wheel rig lorry, as they sometimes call it in Europe, I think, you can travel a lot. Very long hours, very difficult, not great pay, very lonely, but you can travel doing that. You can be a pilot and get very low pay for that. Is there anything that has to do with math? If you can get very high up in math and you are an inspector for power plants, yes. If you're some kind of inspector that's going around to many facilities and checking those numbers, yes. There kind of is there's very few jobs where you can go somewhere and immediately get a job. You can probably go to any big city and get go to a temp agency and get a temp job within a week or so. But that's not going to be great work or great life. But if you are very high up, if you've got a probably master's degree or higher in certain fields, there are careers that require a lot of travel. But they are pretty unique careers, and you don't get into those careers just because you want to travel. You get into those careers because you enjoy that. James Anderson says, Adrian, add me. I'm trying to put it. Doesn't work. Temp asked it. Darian, yeah, temp, T-E-M-P, temporary jobs. They're temporary agencies that have very low paying jobs that they don't want to keep you employed for a long time. They don't want to have to pay anything like unemployment benefits or health insurance. So you get this job and you're treated pretty much like garbage because they know you're not going to be around. And they usually very physical labor works. Temporary agencies are how a lot of people who are undocumented get jobs in the United States is, but a lot of times they just get jobs directly. You can always do landscaping mowing grass and things, and travel that way. But you never. A lot of these wouldn't get you enough money to even get you a bus ticket out of a city. Ideally, if you want to travel, just get a job that's really good and gives a lot of time off and travel and keep it separate. You'll probably find that that helps you mentally anyways, instead of trying to travel and work, which is going to eventually make you just hate the concept of travel. Make travel be a special thing that you do when you're not working, and make work be the thing that's near your home, near the place where you'd want to have your base of operations if you're going to try to have a family, have pets, all of that. Like, when you're traveling non-stop, you're not ever going to be able to have that. You could certainly join the few circuses that are around and travel and make money with them, but none of those are great offers. The only good jobs where you can travel are jobs that are probably jobs you'll work in an office for a couple years, and then they'll say, we'd like you to be our traveling version of this job. My friends say photography, but I'm terrible with pictures. I have a little experience with people who've worked in photography, and it's not particularly a good career because there's only a very small number of people that succeed. The problem is a huge amount of your income in photography is either going to be from doing weddings or from working in a photography place that's inside of a store called Sears. And that's where parents bring their kids to get photos done once a year, and they don't really want to pay a lot of money. And for weddings, even though people do spend a lot of money on weddings, they don't believe the photographer should really pay that much, be paid that much, and often they don't even have photographers at weddings nowadays, and they just have people pull out their iPhones or something else, so yeah, I wouldn't recommend people getting into photography. Similarly, I wouldn't recommend people getting into audio mastering either, running sound for bands and stuff. Similar situation. It's career paths that people think are cool and good ideas, but they don't go anywhere. Because there's just like a high demand for those jobs and a low demand of people actually willing to pay for those jobs. But I honestly think you're looking at it the wrong way. If you're good at math, be a mathematician. If that means you end up being a math professor in a college, and that keeps you stuck in that college for your entire career, tenured in that college hopefully, that's not a terrible career path, and you'll have the opportunity to take summers off and take those vacations that you're looking to enjoy. Also, on a bigger factor, you probably should just learn what you enjoy and let the job come as it may, because most people have no idea what they're actually going to turn out to be when they graduate from college or high school, and it's just the wrong thing to look at, because it's just going to be random. In general, don't get specialized degrees. Get just a standard business degree that looks good. If you get a photography degree, in fact, it's probably one of the worst degrees you can have. It's not going to be applicable for any other job besides photographer. So don't get an arts degree. Get a business science degree. get something like business management. Even if you were planning on being a photographer, having a bachelor's or master's or even PhD in business management is way better and still applicable to being a photographer, because you're going to have to run your own business, than it is to get a photography. You might minor in photography, nobody really cares about that, but don't major in it. If you're into math, see how far math can take you. A mathematics degree might make you a professor, it might make you a computer programmer, it might make you just a high school teacher. Hopefully not a high school teacher, but it might. And it's very possible that you will go through college and you'll get a job that has nothing to do with any of those things, and your degree will be basically useless, yet you'll find that at least in the United States, every job requires you to have a degree, even though it's useless. I would say accountant, but then there's finding people, and then it's sitting at a computer all day long. Accountant is a very good job because you are allowed to take commissions on other people's money, so you're getting paid a percentage of how rich other people are, versus just a standard amount of income you would get for the number of hours you worked, which is kind of amazing that people let accountants get away with that, but it's true. And so what if you're sitting in front of a computer all day long? You're probably going to do that in most jobs. Accountants do sometimes go and see their clients and travel around like that. But mostly also accountants are just business hours too, so you can take vacations. Most of your work as an accountant is around the fiscal end of the year and the tax time, and then the rest of it is pretty basic work. James Anderson says, nice meeting you guys. I gotta go to sleep. See you later. Night, James says Darian. Night. I took some business accounting classes. I enjoyed it. Doing all of the what was I doing? I was cross-referencing and bouncing books by hand in a big chart when they were teaching it. I just don't want to do something boring for 75% of my life. Don't worry, they'll probably fire you before then. Any job is going to be boring. Even playing video games often is boring for me. So you just kind of have to get used to it, and it's not going to be as long as you think it is, because the truth of the matter is that
Speak your piece.
your career paths are more than likely going to go in random directions you never could have imagined. Nobody I can think of is in the same job. Well, no, I know one person that kept their same job from the beginning to the end, and not even that, because they were in nursing and then they went from nursing to nursing professor. But only if you're working in a medical industry like that, where there's very high demand, are you going to end up. Everybody else I know has moved on to something completely different that they never expected. I know people who have come out of college and never gotten a job anywhere close to what they wanted. I didn't get a job ever anywhere close to what I wanted, and by the time I might have gotten a job close to what I wanted, because I wanted to be a video game programmer, by the point that was likely to happen, I had already realized that being a video game programmer is actually a very bad job and very frustrating, lots of hours, and I didn't want it then. And that's the other factor is that you very well may just not want what you want after a few years. Jobs typically are very, very different once you get in them and start experiencing them. It's like 90% the people you're working with and the way the job is done. Can be drastically different experiences doing exactly the same things. I can't speak from pure experience, but I imagine if somebody had worked at McDonald's and Burger King, they will find that there's some severe differences on how McDonald's and Burger King runs things. And you just have to be flexible and adaptable. And that's what most people need, is you need to be able to learn new things, be flexible, be adaptable. And more than anything else, you need to know how to deal with people. Which, admittedly, I was not very good with in any of my jobs. You just got to deal with the people around you, whether they're customers or whether they're co-workers. Nobody's really an island. If you don't want to, if you want to control everything and have it exactly the way you want it, you be a YouTuber, control your own destiny, and then make nearly no ad revenue doing it. Because being a YouTuber, the point in that is you have to convince other people to watch you and like you, and that's still a big challenge. I mean, that's the whole thing about PewDiePie, is that here you have the biggest YouTuber ever, and he's failing to keep people to like him. At least some people. A lot of people still do like him. So even once you get on top, you've got to maintain that popularity forever, which can be incredibly demanding emotionally. Or you can just not care and put out whatever things you want on YouTube and watch the thumbs downs fly. The other thing is, even if you're in high school or college, you should probably be working a job anyways. So that is a very prime time to start a career, build a resume, try something out, and then at any point when it just stops being something that you're enjoying and you can feel relatively safe, you should just quit those jobs while you're young. It's a very good idea, in my opinion, to take jobs and quit jobs and try a variety of things while you're young, and not just immediately take the first thing offered to you and stick with it forever. People are very... what's the word to use? Very stuck in their ways. So they'll take jobs and be miserable in jobs forever. I know, particularly because I was in a job I was miserable in for 5 years, and I should have quit after about 2 years, and instead I was miserable for 3 of them. Dan goes, I'm in high school, but I'm wanting for my driver's license to get a job. That's a reason, but it's also an excuse to not be rude. Like, I'm sure you could probably find somebody that would be willing to drive you to a career. And you'll find it's really, really easy to make excuses to not do things in life. I had somebody who had a job and they didn't have a car or a license, and I and someone else would pick him up and drop him off from his job every day, and we'd do it for free. And actually it was quite fun because he was working at a movie theater that had an arcade, and so I would just go and play like $2 worth of pinball at this arcade, waiting for him to get off his shift. And and so it worked out pretty well for everybody, and hopefully it helped them in their career path because they had this long-term employment that they could show future employers and help them go along. Now I don't know if that really worked because they also decided to quit the job and go to a summer camp, which I didn't really agree with, but it's their life, not mine. Daring goes, I know it is. Like, particularly when you're in high school, get a job, working somewhere, get one paycheck, like, get that first week's paycheck, and then say, nah, it's not for me, if it really isn't for you. See how much of a tolerance you can put up with things, and just get used to being bossed around, because that's where the job is, and just see it. Most people could, can do 6 months easily. If you work 2 years in the United States and then you get laid off or fired, you can draw unemployment and look for the next job for like several months, and use that insurance. A lot of people don't like using that insurance because they think they're getting a handout, but in actuality the employer is paying that insurance to you and taking money out of your paycheck, and that's why you're getting paid less than you probably should be getting paid. And pay is not a big thing to focus on as your first job anyways. Darian says, I'm going to try and work for my dad. That's risky. It's risky because then all that family stuff is going to get intertwined with all of your work stuff, and it is a very good idea to keep work life and home life separate. That's something that certainly happened in the old days, where people would go work for their parents, or they'd work in the same factory as their parents, but I would try to keep that separate. Like fast food joints, retail stores, game retail stores, all decent places. Oops, I wasted the coin there. All decent places to work for a little while and then give it a try and then leave. It's not going to be something you're stuck with for the rest of your life. There's a lot of fear of trying things and fear of getting fired, like it's a terrible thing that works on it. Like there's only 3 ways you can end any relationship in a job. Either you quit, your bosses fire you or lay you off, or you die. So of those 3 scenarios, you're not in control of 2 of them. The only thing you can do is quit. And you can try to be graceful and give them 2 weeks notice, but companies don't have to keep that 2 weeks notice, and so if you really were expecting those 2 weeks worth of paychecks, then you shouldn't do 2 weeks notice. In general, you just shouldn't do it at all, because it's not going to be helpful for the companies. Companies pretend like it's a huge hassle to try to find replacement employees. It's not. There's people looking for jobs in the United States, particularly all over the place. So I would just say, I'm not coming in. Play around with it too, yeah. Before you quit, call in sick once or twice. Just enjoy it. Don't be obsessed about always. Don't be obsessed about always being the perfect employee.
Feel the power.
A lot of companies make a big to-do about you coming in always, even if you are sick, which is just stupid because then you come in and make everybody else sick. Darian said that's very comforting with dying. Yeah. It's the same with marriages too. There's 3 ways to end a marriage. You either end it because you want a divorce, she wants a divorce, the other person wants a divorce, or one of you dies. Those are the 3 ways it ends. Tragic Master says, one of the things before you start to work for the rest of your life is to find out what you're working for. What are you spending 80 hours every 2 weeks on your life for? Money? Well, what is money? Very well put, Tragic Master. And I worked way more than 80 hours at one job and did not think about any of that. And the money doesn't last that well. Once you start doing the adult thing of buying a car and a house and buying your own food and paying all your bills, the money you get is often way less than what you would have thought. Where does the money come from? How do they create the money? And how does this value work? Then look into the fractional banking. Or is there no more love? As says Darren on the marriage. Well, that's what I generally mean, is that either you're not in love with them anymore and so you want to end it, or they're not in love with you anymore so they want to end it.
Job's done.
Battle detected.
Job's done.
My hand is too full.
It's 10:46 right now. We've already had a couple people drop off. How far do I want to go? Well, the stream definitely ends when all the daily quests are done. But I'm also kind of wondering maybe I should wrap up at maybe midnight. Just kind of depends if people are still talking. Or if I have something to talk about. Like, as long as people are prompting me in some way, I can probably talk on any subject for at least a few minutes. But
Death does not scare me.
I'm just trying to play Murlocs here. So if I can go one more turn, which maybe I can, maybe I can't. I guess I can. Doesn't seem like he's got enough mana to play another spell. Alright, this. And then this. And hex this guy. And draw this card.
Job's done.
And in the turn. Darren goes, how is life going, Rydo? Fine for me. Like, I like my life. Just fine. The only thing that I'm slightly frustrated with is my lack of production and a tiny lack of success on my YouTube channel, but I mean, I didn't really start it to be successful. I started it to be a blog of what I'm doing with my life. If I just did this until I passed away, and then my channel was just this nice long blog of every game I've ever played and what I thought about it, then I feel like that's my magnum opus. That's my major piece of art to create. I'd I'd love to be a millionaire. I'd love to be able to afford every $60 game when it was brand new and cover that in some kind of live stream. I'd love to have the amount of energy and time and just self-motivating effort to get more footage down. I'm not happy that I've had to remove one of my time slots after Halloween because I've just run out of time to make the things that are pre-recorded that air every weekday. I'm not happy that those in general get only one view, but these are all just tiny problems. Like, I'm not starving to death. I'm not dying of disease. I'm not crippled. So I could certainly be in a lot worse positions. I'm not getting flooded by hurricanes or burnt in forest fires. So I don't have a lot of room to complain. Of course, I will still complain. What about the love life? What do I want to say about the love life? I think inherently a person's love life is the sole property of the people involved in it. So on that subject, I don't think people should talk. So I'm not going to give any information out on that, just for privacy reasons. I see a lot of YouTubers that they get their girlfriends or boyfriends into the YouTube and they drag them into making content, and it's just not something that I think is good for a relationship, or really even good for YouTube. And Darian says, also, I left home because of Irma. Well, that's a shame. Hopefully when you can get back into your home, it's still there and not too damaged. It seems like Florida is probably a place where you shouldn't be building houses in the first place. Move inland if you can. The thing about these coastal cities is they know these things are going to happen. It's easy to forget, and it's very possible to be a young person and not even have been alive when the last major hurricane happened. But generally speaking, the people in charge of city planning and developing should just say, don't build on this land. Go inland, go to something above water level. You aren't guaranteed a realistic lifetime on your buildings. Buildings are in general designed to be at least 70 years old. Hurricanes are going to happen more often than 70 years, particularly since global climate change is pretty obviously real and happening. So I would imagine every year going forward we're going to have worse and worse hurricanes, worse and worse storms, and hopefully maybe eventually that would get fixed, but go to safety. I've jokingly thought about buying a missile silo and living in that, just underground, perfectly safe from any kind of storm or anything. I'd probably enjoy it a lot, but I'd have to get some good internet. Darren says his home is still intact from what his friend said. Oh, that's good. A lot of people are going to need a lot of help, and there's going to be a wide variety from these storms, and it's going to be a wide range. People who were hit by Katrina are still not back to their normal lives. They were devastated by that, so people who want to donate should potentially think about not donating now, but donating later. And if you can help somebody by direct assistance, that might be a little bit better than just giving money to causes. But if you can't do that, then finding a good charity is good. I would imagine that some of the Caribbean islands, their construction was nowhere as good as the construction in Florida. So anything that happened in Florida probably happened a lot worse in the Caribbean islands. And again, like Florida, nobody should live there. It's always a decent thought to be risk averse. Darren says, yeah, they canceled school the whole week. Yeah, it's a good idea to always be overly cautious, overly careful. The United States in particular has plenty of like uninhabited land in the middle states. So if there was a mass exodus to those places, if there were jobs, if there was cities and developed facilities like plumbing and electricity, it would be a good idea to move people there. Maybe we'll build our first mega city there, some giant megapolis. Back when I was in school, I was very excited if it snowed or for some other reason we didn't have to go to school. Just to get one day off was considered a major thing. Now that I'm not in school, I have every day off and I'm happy for it. Miguel Guzman says, have to go. Bye, dudes. Bye, Miguel. Yeah, I hope I'm not keeping anybody up late. My insomnia should not infect other people and cause them to stay up late if they don't want to. The stream will still be here. I don't do anything to it to make it unviewable. So if you come back tomorrow, you can watch it later. Or if come back a week from now, you can watch it then. YouTube has kind of improved itself too, where, at least for me, it started to remember where you stopped in videos. So you see this red bar that says, you've watched this halfway through. Would you like to go back and watch it some more? It doesn't say any of that. Crazy how 60+% of the world's population insist on living on the water's edge. I am from the interior and I could not live on the water's edge. One big wave and swept away. There's reasons for that, certainly, but a lot of them are historical reasons that don't make sense anymore. But getting water to you. And Darian goes, but how do you live without a beach? Oh, you learn to live without, or you go visit the beach. Or you build an artificial beach. A lot of people are happy to have swimming pools, and that's all of the part of the beach that they care about. Do you just go to lakes or something like that? Yeah, that's generally what people do. They go to lakes and rivers, and living inland in the United States doesn't inherently mean you're living in the middle of like the Nevada desert. It just means you're not on a coast. There's plenty of things that are on rivers and stuff that you can certainly do things on.
Feel the power of the wind.
It's a real good point to realize there is that even amongst the United States, which is not very much of a homogenized society, you can have a very different lifestyle. There are people that are living the beach lifestyle on the coasts. There are people that are living in the Nevada desert and effectively almost never see any moisture at all. There are people that are living in very deep forested places in the middle of the country, and you can easily just go from one state to the next state, and they have almost completely separate cultures, completely separate slang terms. It's very strange, or interesting at least. Have I played enough Murlocs yet?
Listen closely.
Even growing up in a small city versus a big city in the same state almost guarantees you a completely different lifestyle experience. From city to city, there's different things that happen in the United States, and that might be true for a lot of countries, but I bet for some countries it's very much the same all over the place. History makes sense as it just repeats itself once we forget our own history. One interesting thing to note throughout your life is how museums plus libraries are always the first things to be, I assume you were going to say destroyed or forgotten. I find people, if I can be very generous, don't learn history because they're too wrapped up in their own lives, and because of that the same mistakes get made over and over again. But that is also a thing that almost every jaded person says, so it's not really a unique thought. Destroyed in any conflict, a history is always written by the winner of any conflict. To destroy history is to rewrite it in your own image. Continues Tragic Master. Yeah. Although I kind of wonder, and maybe this is me forgetting history and repeating it. I kind of wonder if with the internet and such, and just modern technology, if we're post that style of conflict, like I don't think you can get away with just going to war with a country and conquering it and destroying all of its history and people forgetting it, because that's exactly what ISIS is trying to do in Egypt. They're trying to destroy all the ancient antiquities of I might be a little wrong here on who is doing it and where it's being done. I think ISIS is the one destroying ancient antiquities because they represent the old ways and they represent the old Egyptian gods, and they can't tolerate that. But they're not getting away with anything. Everybody knows they're doing it, and nobody's gonna forget it. I'm actually learning AP World History and enjoying it. Good. I will risk you though. I will warn you though that what they teach you in history in a school system is pretty much what the United States wants you to learn, which is pretty limited, and you have to start seeking other sources if you want to know a truer picture of it. They try to make everything black and white, and there was good guys and bad guys, and it's just not the case. It's almost never the case. Don't get a history degree. That's probably even worse than getting a photography degree. Though there's literally only one job you can get with a history degree, and that's history professor.
You have already lost.
Yep, I've already lost, but I'm just waiting for more Murlocs. If I can get them.
Listen closely.
There is... my teacher has already taught us that. Well, I'm telling you, don't listen to the teachers. But okay. Don't completely trust any source, is what I'm meaning here. But there is this also idea that is prominent, and I think people need to fight against, that there's me and then there's others. I'm smart because I'm thinking about this one thing, and then other people aren't thinking about this one thing, and thus they're not as smart. They're lazy mentally. And it's almost never the case. It's that they're thinking about something completely different that hasn't even entered your vision yet. And you can't even see it because it's just not even... You've just got blinders on. Human beings are genetically programmed to ignore things they don't understand. That's why if you hear a new word, you'll start hearing it used a lot. It's not that that word is being used all over the place a lot. It's that you were just subconsciously ignoring it. I don't think there's really a lot of mentally lazy people out there, as many as you would think. It's that there's a lot of people that are just thinking about how to get themselves fed, how to pay the next bill, how to take care of their kids. And then there's people who have the luxury to not have to worry about those things, and they can focus on things that are a little bit more abstract, like history or art or playing video games or streaming to YouTube. But I would encourage people to remember we're all human beings, and then that we're the same, and we should try to equally treat everybody as fairly as possible and not discount people. Discounting people is the first step to ignoring people's needs. And that's kind of where the homeless problem comes from, is people see the homeless and they know they're in need, but they can make some excuse in their mind to discount them, to blame the victim, to not help. Even something like the hurricane, there's been excuses put online about, well, it's their own fault because they built houses there, which, okay, there's always blame to go around, but there's still victims. Wow, he's got it up to 50. I wonder how far he's going with this. But they still need help, whether it's their fault or not. He's got all the cards he can play, so he has Cthulhu in his hand, or Cthulhu is lost. I still have 3 more cards.
Just a pinch of vigor.
You wish to live forever.
Listen closely.
Deck
There's a Murloc. In the turn.
Do you know the secret handshake?
I'm almost out of cards.
Tragic Master puts a better phrase on. He goes, subconscious cognitive dissonance. Yeah, if I can pronounce the word right. Subconscious cognitive dissonance. Yep, that's probably the phrase. I don't get how my teacher also said about the sources, but when he assigns an essay, I get confused. How my teacher also said about the sources.
This jungle hides many secrets.
At a high school level, he probably doesn't even really want you to cite your sources like you'd be required to do in a college level paper, but he wants you to probably use a footnote at the bottom to cite your sources. I imagine if you just Googled how to cite sources, you would get a thing there. They're also very picky where they won't let you use like Wikipedia, as if Wikipedia is any better or worse source than anything else, which honestly is probably just generally speaking a better source. But you can go to Wikipedia and then go down to the bottom and see the sources cited there, and then click on those links and cite those as sources. And sometimes people, particularly in the academic world, overemphasize sources as if they're infallible when they really aren't. Like, people's memory is very inaccurate and untrustworthy, and people lie. The reason why teachers hate wiki is that anyone can edit it. Yeah, that they're trying to maintain an elitism in the academic world and say only important published people get to be considered valid sources, and the important published the important published people are also the people that are highly regarded in the academic world. But when you look at reality, everybody's opinion is as valueless as any other opinion, or as valuable as any other opinion. So Wikipedia works very well. Not only do other people get to edit it, but other people get to verify it and contribute to it. So while one person can go in there and put some garbage in Wikipedia pages, other people can go in there and say that's not true, we can prove it, here's the evidence. And the debate can happen online, and these are the kind of debates that should happen anyways. I need Shaman and Warlock victories. Let's see, who do we want to play as? Let's try Shaman victories. And should I play casual? Probably not. Tragic Master says sources to verify essays are not copy pasted. Yes, that is true. You need to rephrase things and then use the footnote to cite the sources that you use the facts. As I understand it, maybe I don't completely understand it, there are two things in a sentence. There are facts that you need to cite the sources on, and then there is fluff, and that's like how you phrase the sentence and how you say things. And I don't think I was ever particularly good at the fluff part, and would like to write just very short sentences. Like, there are, let's say this was true, if I wrote down there are 20,000 species of turtles, I would just write that down and not put any of the fluff, and then most people would say that that's bad writing and it needs to be longer. and so you try to say, you try to expand it more and go, according to National Geographic, there have been over 20,000 species of turtles found so far. I think this is truly awe-inspiring that so much variety is in our ecosystem, and just add more fluff, as I call it, to the sentence. Tragic Master says, academics for academics. If you're not in the club, you don't get heard, even if you are right. Welcome to modern day pseudo sciencism, or science as they call it today. Yeah, that is a major complaint I've been hearing, is that and it probably has always been that way, but now it's just becoming more prevalent. But the danger is also to deny all of science because the academics are acting childish, and I don't think you can blame all of science because the humans in science are being silly. My favorite teacher told us to PEE, point. E is for evidence, E is for evaluate. Okay. That's a new one. I haven't heard that before. But I didn't do a lot of essays. I don't think I wrote but maybe 2 essays in my entire school career. I was in the... They just let me get away with not doing any of them, and I would still pass with like a C. Which was really ridiculous because every single like final for every class required you to do an essay, and I would just not do it. I'd just leave it blank. I think the teachers just wanted to get rid of me, and so they just said, good enough, whatever, get out of here. Now I actually need victories here. This would be the perfect time if anybody was on the Asian account to play me and just let me beat them, because getting actual victories on a brand new account like this is unrealistic. So we're gonna set it for midnight, 44 minutes from now. That's gonna be the end of the stream. I think we've done a really good stream here, talking all the way through. This is the kind of streams I want to have, and no need for a silent post show when there's people interacting. And I'm in a decent mood, I suppose. Sometimes I do look back on some of the streams I am, and I just feel like I'm in a bad mood and just depressed. David McMillan, do you need a win with Shaman? Yes, I do. I need 5 of them, but you'd have to be on the Asian account. So if you're not on the Asian account, it's not going to help me any. You'd have to do all of the setup work and everything.
I can do
We will devour this world.
I wish I had more Asian fans, but it's not going to happen, probably just because I'm not speaking English. That is one thing that I wish I had more bilingual fans that translated my videos. That's one thing. If somebody was really bilingual, they can submit closed caption translations. I don't know exactly how you do it, but you can do it, and then I might be able to grow my audience more. But yeah, the many different Asian countries have many different varied ideas and ways of thinking about video games, and getting their perspective is very helpful. I look forward to a future where the Middle East embraces video games a lot more too, and then they come into it, and same is true for Africa. I wish they were more financially stable to embrace video games. Europe and the Americas and Australia, all very big into video games. Russia's pretty big into video games too, so I hear a lot of their opinions, and I'm welcome for that, but I'd like more opinions in general. Let's see. Money makes loves. You probably shouldn't play when the season ended. I don't know what you mean by that. You're new to the chat. Like, at the end of the month, are you telling me just to stop playing Hearthstone altogether and give up, or are you saying something more? Let's see, Darian, I need some good advice on if I should get a girlfriend in high school or not. Sure. Go on dates. Maybe not even call it a girlfriend, but go on dates, get that experience. You're not going to marry the first person that you date or the first girlfriend you have. And if you do, you're going to regret it. You need, in almost every scenario, lots of different samples and experiences and try things out. And you need to make those mistakes, and make those mistakes early when it's more excusable. It only gets worse the older you get. So get a girlfriend. Don't do silly things like immediately break up just because you're going to different colleges. But try the long-term dating if it gets to that point too, the long-distance dating. And then maybe if the long-distance dating doesn't work, then break up. But don't just break up just because you know you're going to be separated, because you didn't even try. And inherently all of that comes down to is you should try things, try new things. Worst case scenario, it's not going to work out. Best case scenario, it does. Let's see. You're only young once. Live like every day. Well, you can never do it again. To remember the fun times when you can't. Better spoken than me, tragic master. You have 630 gold, so you can't get packs. I have 630 gold on the Asian account because I'm buying One Night in Nexramus, and because the Asian account is my third account in Hearthstone. So while you're accurate that I can't get packs with that, I have no intention of the Asian account being anything more than the place where Asian fans can play me. And after I get about 3,500 gold on the Asian and European accounts, I'm probably not going to play them anymore. I just want enough for the next expansion, Solar Player expansion.
Where shall I strike?
LMAO, you should have waited a week till the high rank people have ranked up from level 20. They have much better cards than you. Sure, yeah, they do have better cards than me because this is my third account and that I only started a month ago. It's just the girls interested in me I'm not interested in. Well, then you have an advantage to learn how to date people there that you know you're not going to end up married to or spend the rest of your life with. Like, I'm not saying completely 100% use these girls just for experience, but use these girls for just experience. Like, go on a date, see what they do on a date, and what you like about that and what you don't like about it. So at the very least, when you are dating somebody you're interested in, do that. You can certainly just, instead of a sit-down meal, invite them to watch a movie, go to a sports game, whatever is interested in you. There's all in the video game world. There's often this thought, I want a gamer girl who plays video games with me and is super interested in all my things. In reality, relationships aren't like that. Like, the things that you need to share interest in with your significant other are just that relationship. It's totally okay to date or marry somebody who's only interested in you as a human being and has no care about your hobbies or your likes or dislikes. It's going to be a little bit harder if they're watching something different on TV that you don't like, but you've got to learn to tolerate people, and if you can learn to tolerate them and their likes, that's fine. Also, being young, learning somebody else's interests might bring you into new interesting things. So that might work too. But like, as long as you're not completely repulsed in somebody, saying let's try a date and let's do one thing is not a huge commitment. Tragic Master says real life struggles, smiley face, just JK. Let's see, if we're not going to play ranked people, we can go over the casual and see if casual players will let me win any Yerzy. It's also, I don't find them attractive at all though, because phones have literally ruined my generation. Well, okay, so your perspective is that you want some porn star or model who has been photoshopped and doesn't really exist and has had all this touch-up plastic surgery done to him. I'd say get over it. Like, beauty is fleeting. When you get older, you're gonna get uglier. Either gender. That's just the truth of it. And if you're only dating somebody because of their appearance, that is the most superficial reason ever to do it. It's not gonna end well anyways. In general, the people, to be very general here, and I'm not saying don't date attractive looking people, but most of them are subconsciously treated so much better in society that they don't have to struggle or develop any kind of personality. So you kind of have to deal with somebody who's usually a jerk because they're pretty, and that becomes a much bigger issue than just the fact that they're attractive looking. Darren goes, no.
That's incredible.
I just hate how kids can't put the phone down with the social media and drama. Not about how a girl looks. I can't take people like that.
I'll give it a shot.
Well, yeah, kids are doing different things. Social media, though, it's just people are talking to their friends, so I don't inherently dismiss social media when people are talking to their friends.
Friend.
The drama I can certainly see is a bit of a problem, but on the other hand, people have always loved drama, whether it was watching whether it was watching soap operas or wrestling. Drama's always been interesting since the times of Shakespeare. We're just getting it in a different form factor. And one might hope that people watching drama on YouTube are learning not to cause drama in their real life. Like, one would hope that PewDiePie saying something very offensive on his live stream might teach a lot of younger kids not to say something offensive on a live stream, because they're seeing the problem with that. Darren goes, I mean, attractive as everything. I don't follow that sentence completely.
That's That's incredible.
The thing also to realize about dating people is there is the 6 months puppy love, newlywed, that honeymoon honeymoon element, and then that goes away. At that point, the honeymoon ends, and you have a deeper affection and reliance on the person. Relationships are kind of more you need them. You're stuck with them more than just you're madly in love with them. It'd be nice if you're madly in love with them too, but a lot of it is just you get stuck and you need them. And in the adult life, you kind of do need somebody else. It's very, very hard to go it alone. Society insists on you having some significant other most of the times, and they look down on you if you don't, and the bills are hard to pay when you're alone. It's easier to get a secondary income. If you want to have children, you pretty much have to have a significant other, even if you're going to adopt. So society kind of demands that you pair off, even if you're not really in love or attracted to them still. And eventually, you just try to maintain and have a good relationship and not devolve into a horrible relationship that ends in divorce. But as you become adults and you're both working 40 hours a week, there's very little time you spend together. Yeah, if you have kids, there's even less time you spend together separately as a couple. You might do just a date night. Tragic Master says, people change. If you can love that person no matter who they become and become again, then it's love. Nothing to do with what they have now or looks. Yep. People are going to drastically change. Imagine the person you're dating if they have Alzheimer's or dementia. If they're 100 years old and you're having to take care of them and you're changing diapers on them, is that something you can consider doing? Because if you can't, if you're like, no way, I would never do that for that person, then you're probably telling yourself that you're not mentally ready to be in that long-term relationship. That promise that I like to call a false promise of forever that you say when you get married, because most marriages do end in divorce, over 50%, but marriage really shouldn't, is kind of like the hitting the lottery on dating, and the first step is just dating, and after, generally speaking, after dating somebody consistently we've come out and said we are a single, we are a couple, we're not dating anyone else, because at the beginning of dating, there's no exclusivity. Some people assume that, like, they could be dating 5 different people and there's nothing wrong with that. But after you've been a couple and you've come out and said, let's be a couple for a couple of years, if it's still working out, if you're past that puppy love point, past that honeymoon point, that's when you start to think about marriage, not then. And then, of course, people make excuses like, I need to save up 2 months' salary to buy a wedding ring. Wedding rings are huge ripoffs, so you don't need to do that. Hopefully you can convince your significant other of that. Most people can't. Or I need to be able to afford a huge wedding party, and you don't need a big wedding party. You can just go fill out the forms for probably less than 50 bucks and get married. But that's stuff to think about at the end. The first thing is just to get out there and date and learn what you like in people and what you don't like in people, what you can tolerate, what you can't tolerate. A lot of it is just about learning what you need to improve on yourself, because only yourself is the only thing you can change. You're not going to force somebody else to be what you want, but you can change yourself, change what you expect in other people. And that's what you've got to learn is what do I expect in other people? What is acceptable? What isn't? Is it okay for me to date somebody who's doing heroin? Is it okay in my book for me to date somebody whose parents have disowned them and we're never going to speak to them again? Is it okay for me to date somebody who likes cats when I like dogs? Darren goes, I don't like how people in relationships are just now talk consistently with their phones, and when they go on a date or meet up with one another, they're just all over each other and not really talking. Well, I think the scenario you're describing is that compared to the old days, they are able to communicate a lot more and a lot more instantaneously. And when people are in new relationships, a lot of it's fluff. A lot of it's just I love you too, smiley face, stuff like that. But more communication is always good. The more things come out, the better. And the quicker things come out in communication, the better. In the old days, people would write love letters that had to be mailed, and you'd get it 6 months later, and it would be all this flowery, lovely poems and things. But it was such a false relationship that the truth of the matter is when they got together, you didn't even really know who the person was, because they were spending months thinking their next love letter instead of just saying what's really on the tip of their tongue. And when you're actually in a relationship with somebody, the things are going to spew out of the tip of their tongue. They're going to get mad at you. They're going to yell at you. They're going to cuss at you. How are you going to react to that? How are you going to react to the bad times instead of just having this false good times? Dating and then being physically all over each other, though, is like you experiment mentally with dating, you experiment physically with it, dating. You get better at doing both. I don't really have a problem with people being all over each other. Maybe I would say get a room, but maybe not. If they want to put on the show and make out in a restaurant, whatever. Some people are exhibitionists. I can't condemn love or romance, too bad. I'd much rather have a couple making out in a restaurant than having a huge argument in a restaurant. Any day of the week. People get uptight about these things, certainly, but I'm just not one of those people. Let's see. Tragic Masters, I got rid of my cell phone about 5 years ago for that reason. I want to see something creepy walk down a busy street downtown at noon and just watch the people and phones creepy. I don't use my phone much for using it as a phone. I use it for playing games and watching YouTube more than anything. But in general, I think you still need a phone number, and until you've so either you've got to have a landline, or you've got to have some other way to have somebody to reach you. Jobs in particular are pretty picky about being able to call you. They don't want to try to reach you through Facebook or something else. But now I feel like there's too much communication. It's too much communication now, says Darian. There's no such thing as too much communication. That's just not how society's going to go. We're going to get to the point where we just put in plugs in our brains and we can telepathically communicate with everybody. It'll be a little uncomfortable and something new we'll have to get accommodated to, but more information is better information. Even if what people are saying you disagree with, the only way you stop that, the only way you reach a consensus and educate people is through communication. Nobody gets smarter alone by themselves in a room with no new information coming in. Even if that information is just a book or a radio or something. Like, you've got to have more input. The human brain needs more input always. That's just how it should be. Tragic Master goes, "Lo, you're assuming I want to talk to anyone." Lo. Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't want to talk to people, but that doesn't mean it's not good for them. Sometimes things are good for you even if you don't want to do it.
I'll give it a shot.
Oddly, even as a YouTuber who's talking to everybody for hours now, I'm pretty antisocial in the real world. I don't talk to that many people, and I've actually had to work very hard to be more communicative. Like, now when I talk to one person through an email or a text message, I often will just include other people in the conversation and say, "Look, you're probably not doing anything or talking to anybody also, so let's just let you in on this conversation and see if you have any interest on it." And I've tried really hard to be more social, even though it doesn't really come naturally. I think a lot of people it doesn't come naturally, particularly video game players, because it's really easy to be antisocial and play video games, but social gaming has become more and more of a thing as they added voice chat and as they added online multiplayer. And as we become more connected with people that we share our interest in, we can talk to people who like Hearthstone and find some common ground there a lot easier than the old days. Particularly in the West, the one unifying factor that got people to talk was religion. And so everybody would go to church every Sunday, and that would be the only time that you would even have an opportunity to interact with anybody else that you weren't going to work with or going to school with. And you had that unifying belief, and you could have conversations there. Now, as we have the internet, we can find multiple different things that interest us, and communicate over those things. Let's see. This is gonna be odd. Need one more damage to win. There probably is a girl out there that also hates the same things you hate. And so through the process of dating, you can have that common ground of your dislikes as much as your likes. So if you just want to be a bitter cell phone hater, you probably can find somebody that agrees with you. Minions +3 attack this turn. But I imagine when people get older, as they have family and friends that move on to other cities and far away, trying to maintain some connection there will make things like Facebook and just cell phone communication in general a lot more important. That's what I've seen. I've seen a lot of old people that once you introduce them to ways of Facebook and things, that they find their old friends and they reestablish connections where otherwise they would just be sitting in front of a TV and not having it, not having any interaction at all.
You like my invention?
Let's see, Darian says LMAO about me saying you'll find somebody that hates phones too. Judging Master says religion was just that period in times social media used to propagate the errors BS, just as they use Facebook and CNN today. History repeating itself. I think we're getting better, slightly better. I think the world is a lot better. We're not having crusades. We're not having inquisitions. So there's still a lot of work to be done, but just being upset with your current standings is also not the healthiest mentality. And you have to just learn to accept and take it in stride and do what you can to improve your own experience and other people's experience, and don't let perfect be the enemy of good enough. Being upset about things almost never fixes anything.
For Doomhammer.
Darian says that's a lot of looking too. Well, that's what dating is. It's looking, it's trying. If you go to a school that say has 150 girls out there, ask all 150 of them. One girl a day, you'll probably get rejected by most of them, or have no interest in most of them. And of the maybe 30 that say yes, if even that high, you narrow it down pretty quickly. There's people on Tinder, that's all they do all day. They swipe left, swipe right, looking for dates or casual hookups, whichever they're looking for. That's the whole thing of Match.com and all of those dating sites.
Give it a shot.
It's trying to match a lot of people. It probably wouldn't be a terrible idea to go through like a full survey of Match.com or something. I know it costs money, and it probably isn't a good tool for people in high school, but going through that whole survey and just seeing the things, the characteristics they're trying to get out of you, how you feel about certain topics, whether that's going to vastly affect your interactions with people or not.
Brilliant.
There's a website out there, I don't remember the name of it, that is kind of a survey like Match.com, but it's just for kinks and fetishes. And what you do is you fill out the survey on things you're willing to do that are kinky, and then you send it to your significant other, and they fill out all the things they're willing to do that are kinky, and then it takes the things that are matched together that you're both willing to do and gives the results back to each other, so you don't have to have an awkward conversations. And the website's kind of interesting because it's about 4 pages of questions if you do the non-advanced part, but if you click the box and go advanced, there's like 12 pages of fetishes you probably haven't even heard of to click through. Let's see, Darren goes, all the ones that I find attractive, in which I mean everything, just not the outside, are taken. Well then date the unattractive people. Like, just get out there and date. Like, you're not gonna marry them. No, start at the beginning knowing you're not gonna marry them. That this is just for your experience. This is just so you learn how to deal with people. So it's easy to make an excuse and say, oh, that everybody's taken, and it's easy to refute that with there's plenty of feet. It's not quite a kinky site as it is a site that just in text describes kinky actions, and you check the things you're willing to do. But yeah, I've been on it. I've looked at it. It's not like Match.com where you're matching to other people. You have to already have a significant other and send them to the website with like a code that matches the things you agreed to. So it's for people that are in a relationship already who want to see how far they want to experiment sexually. But yeah, it's just a text form. It's perfectly fine. You probably shouldn't go to it if you're on a school computer or something like that, because you might get yelled at. But there's no pictures or anything. You'll see a lot more nudity going to Wikipedia than you would there, because I don't think any pictures in it at all. It's kind of more of an advanced tool. Like, in all actuality, high school students don't need to be worried about that. High school students shouldn't be doing kinky things at that age. They should just learn the basics first. You don't submit the survey per se. It doesn't say stay in the website or anything. It just gives you a code. It doesn't stay in a database or anything like that. But yeah, I went through the whole process, and then it gave me a code, and then you give that link to somebody else to compare, and then it just deletes it. It doesn't. It's not like a dating site where you're saying I'm looking for people who are also interested in these things. It's I'm already in a relationship. Tragic Master said I used to play Oregon Trail on my school's computers, not because it was fun, but because it was the best thing out at the time. Oregon Trail or Number Crunchers. Those are some pretty old games, I think in 84, 85. You're probably playing on an Apple II, if I was to guess, computer. And when I was in school, there were we played Oregon Trail, but that was a couple of years into school when I was like in 4th or 5th grade. I don't know if that's accurate or not. But I was playing on some things that barely were even computers. I don't even know what they were. But I could never figure out what they were. I was playing on computers that were brand new at the time in kindergarten and 1st grade, and it was before like the Apple II computer. A lot has improved as far as computer technology and gaming technology. But I think inherently I might have been doomed to play video games all my life because of playing games in school. But that's not a bad thing. Everybody's gonna play games. What was he? I don't know if it was one of the spree killers out there that shot up. I think it was the one with the colored hair that shot up the movie theater. Came back, and his friends said that they always thought he was weird because he didn't play video games. And that's really where you start to look at people funny. It's like, you've never played a game at all on a phone? Because it's almost an impossibility. You'd have to be raised in a very weird way to not have played a game by now. Like, even people that don't think of themselves as games. Play something on their phone. They play Free Cell on their computers or something. To not play games is silly. And previous generations before video games were playing games all the time, cards games and such, board games. Let's see. Tragic Master said, I had a lot of fun on the 386, 486 days, Flash games. Good times, good times. Could you get Flash to run on a 486 computer? I would put a Flash game closer to a 686, so like a Pentium 2, Pentium 3 processor, not a 486. I know that there was a Shockwave Flash game program that came out, and that was Steam before there was Steam, and the idea, it had this weird carousel design where you spun the images of the games around. Honestly, computer gaming, while I did a little bit of it in my childhood, it just was not the place to be. Playing on the console and getting that Nintendo vibe was probably the right thing to do. Get a little Sega, get a little Nintendo in your life, and then every now and then you might play Carmen Sandiego or something on a PC. It's only been really around the time of the 360 and the Xbox One and PlayStation 4. It's only been about now where PCs have gotten good enough and stable enough, and Steam has been established enough that that playing on a PC makes sense. Now it mostly makes sense. We still have some PC problems, bad PC ports, games crashing, games not working because you have vertical sync on for some reason, or not working because you have vertical sync off for some reason. It's about 50-50 on that. Not getting patches for PC versions. Nier Automata still needs a patch, last I heard.
A minion with taunts is in the way. Job's done.
Let's see. Tragic Master said, my best friend's mom worked for HP and she tested everything, so she always had it the best, the before market stuff. That's cool. And then Darian says, I just miss opening my Game Boy and playing Pokemon Sapphire. Those were the days. Pokemon Sapphire. And I remember Pokemon Red and Blue. And I'm working on a RetroPie setup so that I could potentially go back and play any of the old Pokemon games, or any old game generally at all, anything before PlayStation 2. And I'm starting to think, what do I want to spend my time on, because I can't really put any of this up as footage. And I'll probably have some fun with some things. I've played Punch-Out, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out for the NES a lot. That's a blast from the past.
We're using real source.
And see, we're almost done here. We're at the midnight point, and I'm not gonna get all 5 of the victories, but that's fine. I might get 1 victory. Tragic Master says Game Boy got to shout out the classic Tetris. So many late nights, staying up late, undercovers past bedtime. I like Tetris, but I never was really in love with it. I did have a Game Boy, but I must have gotten it later. Super Smash, says Darian. There's a lot of nostalgia these days, particularly with the Nintendo Classics, if anybody could get them. They should make a remake of the Game Boy and bring out a lot of these old games for people. Although I would say most new kids, like people that didn't have a Game Boy originally, wouldn't want to play the original Game Boy because it's black and white. They'll play the Game Boy Color, but they'd probably want to start with the Game Boy Advance, which has more color than even the Game Boy Color does, I think. Because I think the Game Boy Color was just 4 shades of color, 4 different palettes of color, where the Game Boy Advance was like a actual 16-bit color palette that the games could use. Game Boy Color, I think, was just taking regular Game Boy versions and taking the 4 shades of gray and making them 4 different colors. Or the new Switch Legend of Zelda game. Yeah, all the old games should come out to Switch, but Nintendo's not doing it. I was lucky to find a vintage game store in my mall. I can request anything and they will order and get it for me. I imagine you could probably just order it directly and save yourself a little bit of money, but maybe they'll ensure that you're actually getting something valuable and not some kind of scam product. Now you can see they're slowing down because they don't want to lose. Just players desperately trying to get victories here.
Run away!
I don't trust anything ordered. Too many rocks being shipped already. Yep. There we go. Have you tried the new Zelda game? Nope. I have a very bad relationship with Nintendo now. Nintendo Japan's claiming some of my videos. They would copyright claim anything I tried to cover if they even had PC versions of their games. And so I'm literally just never going to probably play another Nintendo game ever again. I've said it before and it's kind of controversial, but I'd like to see Nintendo kind of go bankrupt and then somebody else own the license to Mario so that they would do something good with it, that they'd bring all the Zelda game. Like the Zelda game, if it came to PC, would be awesome. It would look amazing. It would be great to play. But they just won't do it. Not the Nintendo that exists now. So if Nintendo of Japan, which has more money than any other company probably, if they went out of business and some other company had the license to Mario and Zelda and Metroid and all of these games that I really do love, and they did something with them, made PC games, and they made more games, and they just tried to make the players happy, it would be great. But they just don't care, and they haven't cared for a long time. Like, they stopped caring about the players when the Wii came out, and they started going towards old people who want to play Wii bowling and nothing else. And so then they just lost my interest. And I was a huge Nintendo fanboy, but I'm done with them. Tragic Master says, good game and copyright equals copy wrong. That's about right. Like, they're literally claiming they own Mario X Rabbids, which is a Ubisoft game. So, and it was the E3 trailer as I was covering E3 of that game that they claim they own. And I told them, no, you don't own this. This is fair use. And they don't care. They don't believe it. They just click a button and say no. And so, like, Nintendo doesn't treat its fans right. So I'm not going to cover their games and I'm not going to play their games. Which is a shame because there's a decent number of them. Like, probably... Let's see, I half of the Wii games I probably haven't played, and everything past that. So there's been some major Zeldas, major Mario games I just haven't covered. Well, that's it for this live stream. It's been a great one. Communication and talk on the chat all the way through. And we are, let's see, how long? I didn't break this up, so that's one 5-hour video is going to get published in a few months because of this. And as just one episode. I should have broken it up, and I didn't even bother. I didn't want to ruin the conversation. That's it for the stream. Tragic Master says, later everyone, great show, man. Thank you. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos, because all of that helps me out and tells YouTube that my videos are worth watching. If you want to friend or follow me on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Google+, Steam, or Battle.net, all of those links are down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.